C4 is actually better skaters than that big burly.
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Friday, May 19th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the NHL West Final. Game number 1, Dallas Stars versus the Vegas Golden Knights. Live reactions and a watch party with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. I am excited. I just hope that this matchup doesn't go into 4 overtimes, almost 5 last night. A 6-hour plus stream yesterday. Definitely was not expecting that, but I do expect a fantastic matchup, just like we got, on the flip side. We already know with Carolina and Florida. Ooh, baby, let's go. T-Mobile Arena, we are ready to go. Let's get it, baby. This is going to be very interesting. I really could see the Stanley Cup champion out of one of these two teams. The Stars as being the underdog, or the Vegas Golden Knights maybe being the best team left. So I think most people's pecking order, it goes Vegas Golden Knights, Dallas Stars, and then Florida Panthers, and then Carolina Hurricanes. What a huge, huge win on the road, by Florida, doing it like they did to Boston. Same thing with Toronto, and they're continuing to do it to Carolina. But I think if you're Florida and then you end up playing Dallas or Vegas, that's going to be your biggest challenge yet. And then that might really be the point where the Cinderella story ends and the shoe comes off and it does not fit, to end up getting the Stanley Cup. But I wouldn't put it past Florida, doing the unthinkable. Obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they face. Same thing goes here with Dallas in this particular series. But I'm excited. Should be good. Should he have more scoring in this particular series as well? Are you going to get those 2-1 games, 2-2, 3-2? That might be more on the Carolina-Florida series. I definitely think that the goalies are just as good, if not better, on this side. Obviously, we know with Oettinger, Jake, right? Or with Adin Hill. So we'll see where it goes, but there should be some games where you end up getting some pretty high scoring. Like, I'm hoping we get a few matchups, games 1 through 7. I hope both series go 7. I would love to be able to see some 6-4 matchups where we get like 10 goals, or 5-4 where we get 9. I still want to be able to see goalie play, because for me, when I watch hockey, that's my favorite part, is obviously watching the defense. But you never can, take away the fact from someone that is an amazing athlete, that has the agility, that can skate, but also can assist and score at will. Let's go. All right, Joe, it's up to you. You guys have plenty. And honestly, out of the 2 goalies, in this particular series, I like Jake Oettinger better than Adin Hill. And they got Joe. I mean, it seems like this is the best position that Dallas has been in since they won the Cup in '99. They got plenty of talent. Jamie Benn. Jason hasn't even scored in, 8 games, right? But he's been getting assists, so he's due. So there's a very high probability that he gets at least a goal or multiple in the West Final. They got Mason. I need to throw up a picture of Wyatt as well. Oettinger. And then if anything goes bad, they can go to Scott Wedgwood. All right, let me get the one of Wyatt. I know I had that one in. So we'll take a quick peek at Oettinger here, and then let me get the Wyatt. And then once we get Wyatt up here, then we will move on to the Vegas Golden Knights.
The way that he's elevated his game, there's so much more in the postseason.
That's been awesome. You can see.
All right, Wyatt.
Perform in the biggest moment. So, it's just really impressive to see what he's doing and how he's been able to do it for so long. So, it's been awesome living with him and trying to learn as much as I can. And it's just been.
All right, here we go. This is the one I wanted.
Did you end up staying up and watching that 4 overtime game last night?
I was able to watch a bit, but didn't quite make it to the end.
Yeah, and that game last night was crazy because I ended up going to like the grocery store dispensary, and they're like, "I was thinking of you." It's like I didn't know if you did hockey, but I was like, there was a 4 overtime, and I was like, "Yeah, I did that." I was like, it was like a 6-hour stream, so we had a little chuckle about that. And honestly, with me, doing the matchups, I honestly feel right now that the NHL East and West final is more entertaining than the NBA Western Conference Finals and Eastern Conference. Yes, yeah, I know you got the Heat and the Celtics. Yes, I know you got the Nuggets and Lakers, but I don't know. I just think the action is a little bit more intense. But the number one thing that I notice is passion and energy, and you get a hell of a lot more from that from the NHL fans. No matter what team they root for, they're like NFL fans and wrestling fans. They're diehard, they're hardcore. They chant, they yell, they scream, they get drunk. You can feel that energy. There actually is home ice. You feel it, right? But on the NBA side, unless you're maybe the Celtics in the Eastern Conference or the Warriors in the Western Conference, 2 teams out of 30 that bring it from their fans, that's not good. You know what I mean? That makes it a little bit more difficult for me to be able to get fully invested. With that being said, am I still going to keep up with the Heat and the Celtics tonight? Yeah. Well, we'll keep everything posted here. I'll watch it on the computer while we watch this. And I was starting to watch a little bit of the Mariners and the Braves, but it's on Apple TV, and I don't have Apple TV. So obviously, there's some friends that can either, hook it up with the Apple ID, link and password and whatnot, or, people will be, trying to send me a link and whatnot. But of course, with baseball, a lot of those links die and they die quick. So we'll see what happens. But, and it really sucked too, because of course it's the one guy that I want to watch pitch more than anything. Right. It's Bryce, and so I know that there's a high probability that we get swept and we get our ass kicked. It's the fucking Braves. They might win the World Series, right? But it's the top of the 5th, 2 outs, and we're only down by 1. And the crazy thing is the Mariners and the hype, with Bryce, he's only 8 runners allowed over 3 starts. That's the fewest in Major League Baseball history going into tonight. So, this kid is something special. He's got a heater, and just based off his technique, it's one of the best in Major League Baseball this year. But not only that, based on what he's done coming in to tonight, he's actually doing something that we haven't seen since, the early 1900s, 1920s. Like he's actually, looking like he could be maybe a phenom. I know it's his early 3-4 starts, and you got to be able to play a year or 2 years. Can you keep it up? But still, to start off a career like that, with Robbie Ray, being out, hey, I'll take that. All right, and let's go to the Vegas Golden Knights, who I have winning tonight. I'm usually pretty good with my predictions. If you take a peek, usually on the top right corner there, I'll usually start off the stream either consciously or subconsciously who I think is going to win, not necessarily who the home team is, because I obviously had the Florida logo yesterday, and that was my pick, and I got the Vegas Golden Knights. We got that today. All right, Eichel, Captain Jack, I'm excited to see what you can do. I haven't really got to see you be your true Captain Jack self, so I am excited to be able to use this one here once you get that goal. Maybe you'll get multiple, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe a hat trick. We'll figure it out, but it's going to be cool to be able to see Captain Jack Eichel. You got so many options. I feel like the goal scorers, for Dallas might be better. And I also think maybe the goalie is better. So I know Vegas is the higher seed, but I definitely think, that Dallas has a chance. And if they ride that momentum, they might be able to do the unthinkable. But I do hope one thing is clear. I hope that we end up getting a 7-game series on the East, Carolina, Florida, please. And I want 7 games here on the West with Vegas and Dallas, but it is a high probability we might get 6 with 1 or both series. I just, as a fan, I want it to go 7, and we'll see what Aiden Hill. That's a cool one right there. Obviously, a nice little stop there. Ice going off the screen. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. So that makes it kind of a weird thing for me. It's like, okay, I think Vegas is good enough to win the series, but as far as the talent and the players, the goal scorers, well-rounded. I mean, I know Vegas is the team, but watching both teams play, I mean, there's so much potential here. It's like, you're going to be able to possibly get 1 to 4 goals with just this guy alone. That's a little scary. I would assume, for Vegas, unless they're just like, we're the best, we're number one, we're winning it all. It's our year, not you. And then we'll take care of Florida, Carolina. This might actually be the real Stanley Cup. You know how sometimes when we watch the AFC Championship game, it's Bills Chiefs, and that ends up being better, right, than the actual Super Bowl? This might be kind of the same thing, right? They got guys that are sneaky like Jamie Benn, guys that haven't even got going yet in the playoffs, and Jason Robertson. So if he gets going, right, on top of Joe just being Joe, and then not only that, they got guys like Mason, Wyatt, that can get it done. And, Ottinger, to me, is the best goalie that I have confidence in. I know he's going to give up goals. He's not going to be perfect, but something about him. He's young. He's got the swagger. Wedgwood is decent for a backup coming in, but Ottinger, I think, is my favorite goalie out of all four. But hey, last night though, Carolina and Florida, my God, Bobrovsky, God, he was special, wasn't he? Oh my gosh. So maybe I have to readjust that statement, and I got to be able to see what happens tonight. Obviously, if Ottinger gets fucked up tonight, then we might be saying something different. But at least going into the playoffs, when I looked at the four, I was like, oh, Ottinger has something to prove. And then obviously we got Aiden Hill on the opposite side here as well. So we'll see where it goes. We will see. But it should be a hell of a battle. But the goalie play last night was absolutely phenomenal. But right here, though, last night, 4 overtimes. This was the most impressive thing of the whole fucking entire night, and why I predicted Florida to win game 1. But again, no one predicted 4 overtimes, but it's that team that's hot. They're healthy. They believe in each other, and they're sneaky. They won't score first. They don't score last. Going into that overtime, they had to score back-to-back goals after getting their ass kicked for about a period and a half. And then they bang, bang, got 2. Went up 2-1, and then obviously in the third period, you had to wait for Carolina to catch up. But just that sneakiness, it's like, okay, you don't have to be the first team to score. You don't necessarily have to be the last team in the third period if you're up by 1 to score, but they're the team that can rifle off a couple goals quick. And to me, that makes them very, very dangerous, moving forward in the series and winning that emotional game. I mean, they pretty much, to me, they solidified themselves, because mentally, physically, emotionally, with the fans, you still got to give a lot of love here, though, with the Hurricanes in Carolina with Frederik Andersen. I mean, 3-2. I mean, what can you say about that? But 4 OTs. That was, I could have did the Laker game, against the Nuggets, but something told me that there would be some magic, and I've been having a lot of fun doing the, NHL. And the playoffs, I've never had a bad matchup. Everything has been fucking great. And let alone, hey, it's like, you want a good matchup? You want 4 overtimes? Fuck, yes, I do. And then now we got Aiden Hill and we got Ottinger. Should be fun. Like I say, and we're going to get more goals on this side. So I think that if you're a defensive guy, showing that matchup yesterday, that didn't bother me. I liked it. At one point, though, it was feeling like running in mud where you just couldn't, like, they kept running the ball over and over, 3 and out, and then the other team's running the ball and they're in mud, and it's like one of those games in the NFL that you watch that ends 12-9, where it's just like you feel like a little cheated, where you didn't get the big, long touchdowns in the air, but they were grinding it out with good running and obviously good run defense. That's kind of how it was. This series should have a lot more scoring, and like I said, there should be a few games in this series where we get to 9 or 10 goals combined, 6-4. 5-4. That's what I'm looking forward to. I still want the goalie play to be awesome, but obviously on the Carolina side and the Florida side, those games should be lower scoring, 2 to 4 goals, and then maybe one game where one team gets over 5 or 6. This one, you might end up getting 4 goals or more for maybe half of the series. There might be a couple games where it's under 4 goals, like a 3-2 or 3-1, but I feel the scoring is the potential for more scoring is much higher here. And you could argue that Dallas has the most options that can actually get it done and score, whether it's Wyatt, whether it's Mason, whether it's sneaky Jamie Benn, or the best player on the team with Joe. And I like Ottinger too. So it seems like, since there's going to be so much firepower coming at them, that doesn't mean Ottinger and Aiden Hill suck if they give up all these goals. It's just the offense is that good. And I think we're going to see that in the Stanley Cup. But depending whoever wins this series, is probably more than likely winning it all unless Florida can continue that Cinderella story, which I think is possible, right? I don't think Carolina has a chance. They're not even going to get out of this series. Florida's got it somewhere between 5 and 6 games, either 4-1 or 4-2. That's, it depends on Carolina can bounce back emotionally from that loss in 4 OTs, right? And then in this one, I think Dallas and Vegas could go either way. I definitely hope it goes 6 or 7 games, no doubt. No way we're getting swept or 4-1 in this series. And we're going to get a lot of goals. So, again, if that matchup yesterday bored you a little bit, if you're not like a fan and you're just watching on the outside, at least the energy was in the building, up until maybe that second, third, fourth overtime when everyone was just tired and they were standing up for a majority of the fans as soon as the first overtime started and went 4 OTs. So that's a lot of people were getting tired, including myself. Normally when I do hockey, 2 hours and 40 minutes to 3 hours, kind of like a Major League Baseball game with the new rules. Last night, 6+ hours. I almost thought, fuck, am I going to be able to finish this? But I'm glad I did. And I'm excited to be able to see on how this plays out. But I would say Vegas, Dallas have to be the front runners. But if Florida continues to dominate, or if Florida does the unthinkable and they sweep Carolina, then you may have to readjust your betting at that point. Because if they end up sweeping Carolina and go 4-0, that might be enough for bettors to think, who cares if it's Dallas or Vegas? If they're that hot, maybe they can just keep that momentum going, and maybe, Florida can win in 6 or 7 games, because there's no way that anyone's getting swept in the Stanley Cup between Dallas and Vegas going against Florida. So I'm definitely excited. We're down to the Final Four, and I just hope at some point, the NBA can give me that emotion and passion that I used to enjoy in the 80s and 90s. But for the time being, I'm happy I got baseball, Mariners, Dodgers, and the rest of the games. I got NASCAR, and then obviously NHL playoffs is like NFL playoffs, and I'm glad I have something that has energy, not like the NBA. Like I said, you're going to have a few arenas that bring the energy, but a lot of the fans that watch the NBA, when you watch them on TV, they're on their phones in the front row. They're not enjoying it. You see a lot of people in hockey on their phones. Fuck no. They're drunk. They're eating. They're cheering. They're watching the game. That's the way it fucking should be. And, like I said, I know baseball fans and basketball fans are a little bit more laid back. I get it. But, I mean, if it's the playoffs or if you're in the Eastern Conference Finals or Western, I mean, shouldn't you at least get going, at that point? But I guess if you have a lot of money, it's more like being famous and just being there rather than having it to be an event, so. All right, baby, let's go. Let's go. I was watching NHL Network, so everyone, if you're doing the same, flip it over. ESPN Western Conference Finals, game number 1. Let's go. Odin Sun with a 30. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $30 holla. Appreciate you, brother. 70 to go to hit the next goal, and then let's see if we can get to 2. Let's go, baby. Captain Jack. Oh, baby. Let's go. Shout out to all the people that are watching on YouTube from across the globe, or if you're on Twitter watching me as well. If you are watching on the Twitter side, obviously you have to be able to come to the YouTube side to be able to comment. They don't have that option available for Twitter yet, but I imagine it will be something that will be available. And then obviously on the Dono side and conversation side, you have to come to the YouTube side. But we still get people that are loyal, that keep coming back for the live play-by-play and reactions, whether that or if we end up doing a particular show. And I'm ready for a good matchup today. YouTube crowd, Twitter crowd, the Twitterverse, the YouTubers. Let's go. I'm ready. Captain Jack Eichel. Should be fun. And again, like I said, I feel like this might actually be bigger than the Stanley Cup unless Florida wins, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, and they bring that energy and that heat and they can force the series to go 6 or 7. That's going to make it good, because then it's going to be like you got the hardcore, the best team, Vegas or Dallas, the best, right? Then you got the underdog team in Florida, that has just gotten hot at the right time, tearing up, Boston, tearing up Toronto, and with that emotional 4 overtime win last night against Carolina. So, obviously, usually luck runs out once you get to the Eastern or Western Conference Finals for Cinderella, right? Or you get to the championship, like the Vegas Golden Knights did in their, inaugural season. Obviously, it was an expansion team, and then they lost to the Caps, right? And so when that happens, that hurts. but still that says a lot. Like, think about how good you have to be to make the Stanley Cup in your first year or your second year. It's like fucking unheard of. Even the Kraken forcing Game 7, against Dallas. I don't know if a lot of people saw that coming, or even beating Colorado. Based on a lot of the things that I saw, a lot of people were saying, "Hey, you know what? We got Avalanche in 4, Avalanche in 4, Avalanche in 5." That's what they were saying. So for us to be able to beat them and go 7, that was something. But I already knew Dallas was another animal, so I expected to lose. And obviously, when you're at home, you should take care of business on home ice. You're not supposed to lose Game 7 on your home ice. I mean, that's the thing nightmares are made out of. And if you're the road team, and you end up getting that, it really shows how great you are, because normally you're not going to get big wins on the road in a Game 6 or 7 unless, you're a superstar type of player like a Kobe Bryant. Kobe. So let's go. Let's go, baby. $30 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. And we're going to get started here in just a moment. All right. And then what do we got here? We got, take a peek. I'm going to pull up ESPN and everything else. It looks like we just started there. 2-2, Heat and the Celtics. 10:59 left in the first, and I wanted to check to see where I was at with. I imagine the Mariners are still losing to the Braves, but the fan in me. And it's on Apple TV, so it's like, unless you have Apple TV, you're fucked. And, of course, we're playing good, and we're only down 1-0 in the top of the 6th. So that's kind of rough when they do. I guess if you have Apple, and then you're good. But if you don't, all right, I got to take a quick peek at the box score, because we got our phenom Bryce Miller that was pitching. I don't know if he still is pitching. All right, let me take a look. What do we got? Miller, 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks. Not his best, but his ERA is .75, and he's only given up a few batters in his first 3 games. So phenom. Olsen doubled the right. Acuna Jr. scored. That was in the bottom of the first, and that was it. So I guess so far so good. All right. Bruce Cassidy wired up. 9-2 Heat. 9:25 left. All right, baby. Let's go. I'm ready. Let's get it, baby. Game 1, 2 minutes and 6 seconds until we get started, even though we were supposed to start at 5:30. It's all good. I can show some more photos. Let's go, baby. Who will be the hero today? Could it be Captain Jack Eichel? Home ice is going to be really big in this one, too. And both of these teams are good enough to be able to steal 1 or 2 on the road. And very evenly matched, just like Florida and Carolina. I don't think there's a whole lot separating these two teams. And it's just kind of crazy, because I definitely think Vegas can win this. I have them winning this particular matchup tonight. But if I had to choose between Adin Hill or Ottinger, I like Ottinger a little bit better. No disrespect to Adin Hill, And then obviously with the people that, that I've watched pretty thoroughly, I really like Joe. I mean, he could be just as dominant as anybody on the roster or on Vegas. Like, he's a guy that can get you 1 to 5 goals. I mean, he's not going to do it all the time, but he's always available. And that's what makes it a little scary for me. That's like, I'm not sure if he even has hit the true groove, Uncle Mo, just yet. Then you got sneaky Jamie Benn, who once in a while will get an assist and a goal. We're not even thinking he will. Then you got a guy that's got 40-plus goals in the regular season in Jason Robertson, who hasn't done really shit in the first 2 rounds. He hasn't even scored a goal. He's assisted as of late, but for a guy to have 40-plus when you're getting closer to 45, 50 goals, and they still were able to beat the Kraken in 7. So once he gets going and then Joe gets going, what are you going to do to stop that? And then you got Mason Machman, right, who's a sleeper. And then Wyatt Johnston. That guy's really good too. So you never know where it's going to come from. And they got Ottinger, who I like. And then if he starts sucking, they got Scott Wedgwood. So if I'm actually looking at the pieces, I think I kind of like Dallas's pieces a little bit more. But since they are going to be the road team and they're, Vegas has home ice, Dallas, they just have to be the better team, and they're going to have to steal 2 games on the road at some point, in this series if they want to win in 6 or 7. And I think they are capable of doing it. And it's not like I think that the Vegas team is not good. I think that they are the number 1, and then Dallas 2, Florida 3, and then I got Carolina 4 based off the pecking order. This kind of feels like the Stanley Cup. Just like when the Bills and the Chiefs play in the AFC Championship game and maybe the score is like 40-37, you're like, holy hell, this was awesome. But then it goes to the Super Bowl, and then it ends up being a blowout of 17 points. It's awesome to get the Super Bowl, but as we know, sometimes, the Western Conference Finals, East or West, or AFC, NFC Championship games sometimes are better than the Super Bowl. So, and I like it that these 2 teams are very evenly matched, and they play similar to each other, just like Florida and Carolina, Nice save by Ottinger. So that's why I'm really loving this. It's not really like one type of style versus another. I think these guys really match up really well. It could go either way, 6 or 7. And, obviously going in, if Carolina would have won game 1 last night in quadruple overtime, then I think that some people would believe that they would have a chance against Florida. Now you have no chance. Florida's winning the series more than likely in 5 or 6 games. They're that good. They're hot. They're healthy. They beat the shit out of Boston. Oh, you had the best record. Oh, you scored the most points. Fuck you. Bye. Toronto said, we want Florida. Fuck you. Bang, bang. Punched in the eye in the first 2 games at home. Maple Leaf fans went to cry. And then boom, bye. They're on the couch now watching. They're enjoying their summer vacay. And now you got Dallas and Vegas, who probably are the 2 best. But the hottest team is Florida. And as we know in sports, sometimes you don't have to be the best team. Sometimes if you're the hottest team, maybe that Cinderella story, pans out all the way, or we'll see if they run out of gas in the Stanley Cup. But I don't think Carolina is going to be able to emotionally come back from that full Florida loss. And I think even if Florida would have lost that game 1, I still would have had them winning the series in 6 or 7. I think they're that fucking good. Let's go. Odin Son, my boy. $30 dono. Man, you handsome dog. Handsome fella, you. And then you got your daughter there. She's like, Dad, I got to do these dances. And you're like, I'm not ready for this. There is no dancing involved, right? You're like, people grow up so quick, right? I appreciate you, man. Good moments in your life. I know sometimes scary, as we're getting older, and then, you got the kids getting older as well. But I dig the Slayer shirt, brother. And I appreciate you. He said, come on, Vegas. I think most people are rooting for Vegas. And of course, Kraken fans are not going to be rooting for Dallas because that's who beat them. Right? So it's like if Vegas wins, there's no attachment of feeling the pain because it's not like Vegas beat Seattle. But if Vegas did, it's not like we'd be rooting for Vegas either. So we'll see on how it plays out. Vegas may be the best record, right? Right? Then you got Dallas, who feels like the most well-rounded with Ottinger, and then with their goal scorers. And then you got Florida being maybe the hottest team. It's like, what's going to happen, out of that scenario? We'll see. Let's go. A guy in the building. What to do? Raiders. STL in the building. Yes, I love it, man. Like I said, we got a couple people here, John and Sarah, that are big Cardinal fans. And Sarah was about to tell me that she wasn't going to watch. And I was like, listen, I get it. It's hard sometimes when you're in last place and you suck. But just coming from someone that is known, to be just the essential of suck with some of the teams, Mariners, up until last year, Blazers, Tampa Bay, maybe for a couple years, but usually it's pretty dark. The Ducks probably are the team that gets the farthest, but we never win natties. We always get to the Rose Bowl, or we're not even close enough being into the Rose Bowl, and we're like a toilet bowl, and we play like Iowa State and we lose by 30. So, sometimes you just got to stick with it. Sometimes you just got to stick with it. And then they ended up winning 16-8 last night, and they've actually been on a heater. They have a chance to win if they win tonight, 10 out of the last 11 games, 9 out of the last 10. That's a hell of a lot better than how the season started. Pitching has been terrible. Hitting has been terrible. Mid relievers and closers have been terrible. Mariners were in that boat too, but we started to turn it around, and you guys are starting to do it too, man. I actually hope you guys get the wild card as well as the Mariners, and I hope we fight back. I know it's hard when you're in last place or if you're in second to last and you're looking up at those other teams, that are surprisingly doing good, like the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Baltimore Orioles. It's kind of cool to see the new teams, but you don't want to have your team be, you have to suffer the consequences for that Pittsburgh to be number one. Then all of a sudden you see Cardinals in second to last or last. It doesn't feel good when you're usually a good team. So yeah, keep rooting, man. Yes. Oh yeah, home run derby. Well, hell, the game was 2-0 Dodgers as I was covering the hockey matchup last night. That went 6 hours. And then I was like, 2-0. Then all of a sudden it was 3-2, 5-2, 9-2, 11-2. Or no, it was 9-2. Then we got it to like 9-7, 9-8. We had a grand slam with Freddie Freeman. And then all of a sudden when I thought, well, it's 9-8, maybe we'll beat you guys. And then you guys rifled off another like 7 or 8 runs in the last couple innings. Nice save by Ottinger. And then you guys smoked us. 16-8. So I'm, the Dodgers and my dad, they're going to get plenty of wins, 90 to 105. For the Cardinals, you guys need it more, and it means more to get back on track. So I don't mind losing like that. It's actually better for you guys. So at least you guys can watch your games, Let's go, baby. Odin son, my boy. Reflect is in the building. How are you? Yeah. Well, like I said, just the psychology of it all, anytime you get beat by your, favorite team, it doesn't matter if they're in the division or not. Like, of course, if the Niners beats the Seahawks, you think the Seahawks fans are going to be rooting for the Niners, for the rest of the way? Hell no. But it could be anybody. It's like Seattle could lose to Tampa, and they're not going to root for Tampa to go all the way at that point. It hurts. You don't want to root for that team that beat you. But on the flip side, when the season ends, and then if you actually have the Stanley Cup champion and you got beat by them, so at one point you're mad temporarily, but then when you look back, you're like, well, we did lose to the champions. So it's not like we lost to the other scrub team or someone that got smoked, later, further down in the playoffs. Like, fuck, we took them all the way to 7, and those sons of bitches, beat Vegas, and then they won it all and beat Florida, if Dallas does win it. And if they do, it'll be the first time since 1999. But like that's kind of my feeling as I'm breaking down the teams. I think Carolina was kind of the pretender. Florida is the hottest team. They're the real deal, but they're still going to be the underdog because everyone assumes that Cinderella story, the shoe is going to fall off at some point and you're going to run out of gas. You beat Boston. You weren't supposed to. You beat Toronto. You weren't supposed to. You're going to beat Carolina. Maybe we assumed it now because you've had 2 big series that you've won, right? But even some people thought Carolina still would win, but not after probably last night. And then with this series, I could see this going either way, 6 or 7, but Vegas has to have the advantage because they have home ice. So, Dallas is going to have to earn it. But if Dallas beats Vegas, they're going to probably go all the way. I mean, unless Florida plays incredibly crazy, which it could happen as well. That's what makes it exciting. You got 3 legit teams out of the 4 left that can win it all. And I'm not sure if you can say that every year. Like last year, before the playoffs even started, I predicted Colorado, right? Tampa Bay in 6, Colorado's going to win. And I watched no hockey, and I got that correct. So sometimes you can just tell if you're a preseason number 1, like the Avalanche last year, and you keep that momentum up all year and you don't really slow down. It felt like a freight train with nothing that was going to stop it, which it was, and they won it all. Boston, had that vibe early, but towards the last 2 weeks to a month of the season, something felt off. And even with that being said, they still shouldn't have, got further. But if you were going to lose after being one of the best ever, you should have at least got past the first round, and you didn't. So that's what makes it worse for them. So let's go, baby. Oh, yeah, of course, everyone is. And I'll be honest, even myself, I'm going to be, but what I also recognize is I recognize greatness. And I obviously watching them very closely in that series and the previous, these guys are good enough. I don't think they're intimidated one bit. Of course, they're going to be able to win their games at home, but can they find enough and dig deep? And maybe getting Jason going will be the difference between them winning the series or losing. If he doesn't score goals, maybe they lose this series. If he does, and then you compound that with Joe being Joe, then Jamie getting a sneaky one, and then they're not thinking Mason will score, Wyatt gets 1 or 2, then all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, maybe we're in trouble. And I do like Ottinger. I like him better than Adin Hill, personally, just when I watch him play. You know, he might be one of the best, but obviously Sergey. Oh my God, last night I haven't seen so many like skilled shots coming at him at like 100 miles an hour. I just can't believe that they only gave up like out of 120 or 30, opportunities coming at him. They only gave up 5 goals, which is fucking crazy. And Frederick Anderson ain't too bad either. But I love the goalies. That's where I'm at. So that's what I enjoy the most. I mean, of course, getting the goals gets you out of your seat and you'll scream and yell and go crazy and whatnot. But Captain Jack Eichel too. It's really going to be like who is going to be the man, right? Who's leading the team? Captain Jack Eichel, or is it going to be Cool Joe Pavelski? Huh? Which one? They're going to cancel each other out. But obviously, whatever big star steps up the most, that definitely could be the difference too. But it's going to all be about the goalie play, baby. Yes, I saw that. And the crazy stat reflect, that I had in here earlier, because I'm always following everything, obviously, post Robbie Ray. But he only had 8 runners allowed in his first 3 starts going into this game, and that was the fewest in MLB history. So I know it's young, and it's still not like, we don't really know if he'll be able to keep it up all year. We don't know if he'll be able to do it next year. But just to be able to have a potential another number 1 pitcher with Kirby, with Gilbert, and Luis Castillo, who's been struggling for the last month, it makes me feel good. It's like, and Marco's not doing too bad either. It's like everything is, obviously you want more wins than what we have right now. But as far as our pitching is concerned, there is still concerns with Castillo. But, you lose Robbie Ray, but you get a piece that it seems like is going to be better long term. Oh! Eichel stoned by Ottinger. Vegas was 7 shots on goal, Dallas with 1, and that's really going to be the main key. I got Vegas winning tonight, but I definitely think Dallas can extend this series. Dallas can win their games at home, but the thing is, who's going to be better on the road, Vegas or Dallas? And something in my heart says Vegas. That might be the difference between the series, but I definitely think Dallas has the skill set with their goalies and their players and their coaching, background that they definitely can win this game and they can win the series. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Yeah, like I said, I was asking friends if they had, the Apple and whatnot, and I had a couple of friends send me links, but the links died pretty quick. It's like and obviously they have certain ones that, do football, but certain ones don't do baseball anymore. Like there's like certain ones that are out there, that will do all sports, and then some that have stayed away from baseball. So, which is kind of a shame. Yeah, seriously, can we? Yes, goldenrod. Yeah, perfect. Just like when we were back in school in elementary and we were looking for the colors in the Crayola. And we're like, no, not yellow. Oh, goldenrod. Yep. Oh, he thinks he's cheating and he's got the sticky stuff. I don't think so. Because if you end up watching the games, they check these guys, after every inning. And you don't really see him, brushing his jersey or getting inside of his hat or wiping, like a lot of these other guys do. Some of them try to hide it, some don't. But I just think he's just special. You know what I mean? Like if you just see the way that he's pitched in these last 3-4 games, it's something special. And, of course, when anyone does really, really good at something, of course, the first thing people think of is cheating. You know what I mean? But I actually think that he's not. And I think he's just special. And it would be really cool if he ends up being a true number 1. Could you imagine if he ends up taking over like down the road as our number 1? Then like Luis goes to 2, Kirby 3, Gilbert 4. That would be crazy. Sarah in the building. How are you? I know. He was like good, but not like, oh my God, he's going to be like LeBron James or Wemby on the Spurs. It wasn't like that. I know, and that's why people are like, whoa, what's going on here? You know what I mean? But, sometimes people come in and they get into the zone, but I guess everything will play out. But obviously if he was cheating, he would have already gotten the talk, and they've been checking all these pitchers pretty thoroughly. It's like the umps are almost looking for it. Like they get enjoyment, like they get a bonus if they get someone that has the sticky, It seems like that's how it is. So But that's what makes him even more special. Like, he had potential, right? But he wasn't like LeBron James, where we knew, like, we had the number one pick. We knew the guy. Like, it's not like Ken Griffey Jr., where you knew he was going to be the best player on the team. You knew he was going to bring us, to prominence, and you knew he would probably be a Hall of Famer. It wasn't like that with Bryce, and I think that's what makes it so amazing, and maybe even more special. You have to live up to those big expectations like Wemby and LeBron, but when you just kind of come out of nowhere, it's like that Robbie Ray injury was a blessing in disguise. Nice save. Aiden Hill with the save. I see you, Aiden. Yeah, but when I watch sports and I read and I watch film, I watch it and break things down a little differently. I look for all the little subtle things. When everyone's looking at the main thing, in the background, I'm looking, to see what else is going on, at the game, in the photo, in the highlight, body language, and every little thing. Because there's a lot of black and white, but to really understand sports on a deeper level, sometimes you have to hit that gray level. Some people can see it, some people can't. But I definitely think the umps, I don't know if it's, probably not something that they can discuss, but maybe there is a little incentive between the umps. Like, hey, if we get somebody, we get this, they make a little bets or whatever on who's cheating, on who they think is or whatever. And, they end up getting something. And obviously that would have to be something between them. And if it ever came out, they would get in trouble. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's just like when you have, different, motivational, tactics to be able to pay the players to injure other players, like with football. We saw that obviously with the Saints and the Vikings with Brett Favre back in the day, right? So anything is possible. Oh, the calzone. That sounds good. Money. Appreciate you, Odin, to get us going. 6-hour stream plus last night. We even got raided by a channel, a very small raid. And then I had one of the girls that actually came in on the raid from, maybe she was a mod for that other channel, but she dropped 50. And so I was like, wow, thanks. That normally, most of the time when you get a raid, they spam up the chat. They don't even like the video, or sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And then they spam it up and then they leave. And then you maybe get a sub and then they'll take it away later that night, or maybe it'll last like a week. But, to get someone to donate, and not only that, even a $1 would have been cool. But then for them to do 50, and I tried to get them to do a picture, but they weren't, they were like unaware of how things work here. So eventually I pulled up a couple Paisley pup photos. And so maybe we'll get her to come back at some point, but it's always good to be able to, show people what we do here. So 11 shots on goal for Vegas. Only 3 for Dallas. 7 hits for Vegas. Dallas with 3. Faceoffs 1, Vegas 4, Dallas 2. And Dallas usually wins faceoffs a lot depending on who they play. But obviously Vegas is like the top dog. It's not like the Kraken. And no penalty minutes yet. 25-24. Boston up by 1 end of the first quarter. And then what do we got? What do we got going on in Mariners? Oh, Mariners tied it up. Yes! 1-1. Let's go. Fuck yeah. What happened? Suarez singled to left. Rodriguez scored. Kelenic to second. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Eugenio Suarez, my boy. My boy. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Wish I could just like flip it over and watch it, but it's on Apple TV. I mean, anytime we could beat the Braves or hang with them, that's definitely saying something. Oh, reflect, my boy. Happy belated birthday, even though I did wish you a birthday. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Happy birthday. It is the Brittany in the building. How are you? Reflect, he said 1-1, go Mariners. $100 dono coming in the clutch. Brittany comes in the room. Reflect comes in the room. And then your boy is happy. Thank you, man. I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $100 dono. You are the man. I appreciate you very, very much. Reflect. Very nice. Appreciate you, my dude. Let me know what you want to see for photos. You want Michael Penix Jr., you want some Mariners, you got something that you want in mind, I got you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. It's always good to be able to kind of get things back on track. It was really, really tough January through April. Things have been slightly getting better in May, thank God, because obviously we have to be able to pay rent, pay bills just to keep this dream going. And not only are you donating to me and supporting me and my dreams and my goals, but also to be able to have a great environment for us to be able to get together with each other and helping people on the mental health side is really important. But obviously being able to continue this dream, you are a big factor in that. And I really do appreciate you very, very much. Let's go. $100 dono. Let's get it, baby. Stacks on stacks, a Rex on Rex, a little cactus jack. Bang, bang. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. What's good, Brittany? Happy belated. How many frogs you got living in your house now? 10? She's the frog queen now. Let's celebrate. Let's do it. Appreciate you. Thank you, Reflect. Appreciate you. Shout out to Reflect. Shout out to Odin. Appreciate you. Oh, good. Yeah. And it kind of shows you, even like on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, all the different Snapchat, some people follow certain people on certain apps and certain programs and whatnot. But, obviously if I feel that, we're friends, it literally takes, 5 to 20 seconds out of your day, to either like a post, right, or to make a post and write something nice, you know what I mean? And obviously if you're special to me, then I will take the time. And, and it shows you too, because it's like, even though I cut out like 300 people out of my Facebook, and then you got like a couple hundred on there, and then you end up only getting like, 15 or 20 people wishing you a happy birthday, it makes you, kind of wonder, it's like, and you can't, you can't hope that everyone is going to be nice as you or act like you would act. You know what I mean? But like I said, with Facebook, sometimes it is hit or miss with the algorithm, but always, people want to feel appreciated and loved on their birthday, whenever that is. Nice save. But I hope you had a good one. And it sounds like you're going to continue to have a good one when you go out with your friends, with your best friend, your little raver friend, the rave queen. I see you guys tagged in photos and whatnot. I don't know her name. I don't stalk, but obviously, when things get popped up on the timeline, I see it. But I hope you're doing well. I like to know what my people are doing. Derek Hall photos. Okay. Yeah, I saw the post where you lost the one, so. Oh, baby! 2-1 M's? No. What happened? Hernandez singled to right. Kellenic scored. Suarez a second. Hallelujah. Yes. Oh, Teoscar. All right, hold on. We got to throw the Teoscar up here. I know I'm doing the hockey matchup, but where are you, Teoscar? Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah. 2-1. It sucks it's on Apple TV. Of course it is. But there we go, Teoscar. All right, we can get some photos for Reflect. We can get something for Brittany for her birthday. You got something special that you want to, I mean, I know you like the Pats, and you got a couple favorites on things that you like. You let me know. Katie is the Raver BFF. Awesome. That sounds like a blast. That sounds awesome. No, you're making a nice little event of it. And I imagine some of those people you probably haven't seen in a minute, just with your son and, all the other shit that you got going on in your life and stuff. So you hopefully you have someone that'll be monitoring everyone else, and you just don't have 11 drunk girls at the end of the night. Otherwise you will, we'll see how that goes. All right. Dallas power play, 2 minutes. Derek Hall. Yes, 2-1. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yeah. 33-24, Boston up on the Miami Heat after Miami stole game 1. Boston should still win the series, but that one could go 6 or 7. And obviously with the Lakers, I know they're down 2-0, but they could still get it, to 6 or 7 games. I mean, I would assume the Lakers will get all the calls at home, and they should win game 3, and it might be a blowout. That's just me with my ESP, because like I said, when teams get beat like that, maybe Denver keeps it close because the Joker is the best player in the league right now. But if they get the calls, the refs kind of change the outlook. Yeah, I mean, you might have a Laker blowout in game 3 on Denver by 10 to 20 points. That wouldn't shock me. Or it might just be a Laker win of 6 to 12, which could be something that happens as well. You and Drunk Joel, damn, and how come I'm not invited? I need to be there. I need to be the one that's monitoring Drunk Joel. All right, let's get you some Seahawks, brother. Some Derek Hall. I got the Auburn photos. I got some college stuff so we can kind of, if people aren't familiar, right? God, is it football season yet? Fucking A, man. He's got some cool stuff on the Auburn side. I'm excited for you guys, and honestly, Tampa Bay is going to be like one of the 2 worst teams in the NFL. I don't even know if I'll do any Tampa Bay games, honestly, next year. I mean, unless like your team plays my team, and then then I do it or whatever. But I'm not going to go out of my way to do any Tampa games to do it. It's like, why? Just to be miserable? I mean, we're trying to tank, and we're trying to get the first pick in the draft, so it's not going to be a fun season to watch. Will I end up watching the games? Yeah, but I'm not going to necessarily, go out of my way to do a stream. I mean, hell, I'd rather do maybe more like Seahawk, Niners, Chargers, like West Coast type stuff. So maybe that's what we'll do. I'm going to try to do, Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, and then if I get the other program to work, maybe even reaction videos, if I get the other program to work. And then obviously on this side, maybe Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, maybe there'll be a few Sundays where I do 2 or 3 games where I do a morning, afternoon, and Sunday night, because sometimes you're going to have the Seahawks play at 10 or 1. And, I'm actually interested to see how you guys play this season and whatnot. And so we'll figure it out. Oh, I like that one. 0-0, 5 minutes left in the first period. It's full strength. Oh! Yes. What? All right, hold on. Oh, I got the helmet fitting. All right, let me get this. I got to go get Paisley from the bedroom because she's being a path. She's being a path. And she knows when she's in trouble when Daddy comes in there. But I had a really nice snuggie nap with her, which was awesome today. The best snugs are with the pup. Introducing my plan from Verizon, the first and only plan where you choose what goes in, from Apple Music to Disney Bundle, so you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30 on the network you want, because it's your Verizon. Chipotle's chicken al pastor is fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill. A rich marinade of seared burrito peppers and ground out chipotle balanced with a splash. All right, I'm back, baby. Chipotle's all new chicken al pastor is with fire meets flavor. Oh, baby. Let's go. Brittany, what would you like to see for the beautiful birthday girl? What should we do? I got plenty of others on here too. Let's see. Careful, Paisley. Careful. She's all laying down on.
Welcome back to Vegas. Here with the Dallas coach, Pete DeBoer. Before that power play, Vegas was dominating scoring chances early. What's the biggest reason why?
Well, on the road, first game, we're coming off of game 7, and we knew we'd start probably a little slow. They'd be quick to start. After we got it, I think we're into it now. I think we're fine.
How did you find your game then?
I think we're fine here. I mean, we weren't good early, but we're fine now.
Okay,
Thanks, everyone. More of the same from Pete DeBoer. This This is the fourth different team that he has led to the conference.
All right, 0-0 with 5 minutes left in the first period. And I'll get some more photos. Oh, yeah. Seriously, we'll get a lot more photos here. Once we get to the end of the first period, then I'll, if you're going to be able to be here for a little bit, that way we can go through a number of different Seahawk players if you like. I mean, it's good for me. I like to be able to, get the news from you guys. I'm already going to be following all the teams anyways, but if you got some extra info from me, from like a beat writer or something that dropped on Twitter or something that dropped from the local news, I like that inside information stuff and just being able to keep up with, a lot of the rookies and everything that's going on. I know what. Hold on. I know what Brittany wants. Brittany wants Jimmy Garoppolo in a Pats uniform. That's what she wants. Your birthday was yesterday, but I got you. Nothing like a little Jimmy Garoppolo. Handsome fella. Penalty. Slashing. Oh, look at this. This seems like a lifetime ago. Like what planet am I in when this actually happened? Like, think about how many teams Jimmy has been on and what Brady has gone through at this point. This seems like so long ago. Happy birthday, Jimmy. Bernie's like, I need the Jimmy Garoppolo with no helmet, dummy. That's why I can suck and see him. Got you. She didn't say that, but that's what she's thinking. All right. Jimmy with no helmet. Jimmy Garoppolo. There he is. Happy birthday. Pound Star Jimmy. Got you. We know each other pretty well. I am going to be worried about Drunk Joel, though. I imagine you'll have a few of those there, too. 4:13 left in the first period. 0-0. Dallas power play, minute 36. Paisley laying down on Daddy's legs. And we had a nice little snuggie nap. I swear, when she gets really, really sleepy, then we just snug next to each other. And, she still has that puppy smell on certain parts. I'll wash her at the dog wash place. I'll get her nails trimmed and dremeled. And then they'll take her in the back and do that. And then they have a self-wash. And I'll wash her with most people wash with one shampoo. I do all of them. I do 5. If I'm paying $20, $30, I'm going to get my money's worth. So sometimes I'm in there with her a little bit too long, and I think she's just ready to get out of there. But even after the shampoo smell starts to go a little bit, you can still smell the top of her head, and it still smells like the baby smell. It's the best thing ever. Oh yeah, I forgot. I am. But what side am I on? Am I on your side or am I on Drunk Joel's side? See, that's something that we have to discuss. I know. I saw that. Pink suit, huh? That sounds something a little bit too specific, Brittany. You just were drunk one night. Jimmy Garoppolo, pink suit, Mexico. Google, enter. Alexa, Jimmy Garoppolo, pink suit, Mexico. Yes, I do remember. We watched this game. I remember this. This was against the Cardinals. I remember this game very specifically. Brittany's like, yeah, I think about it every day. I haven't forgot it.
just the Robertson chance and then that one cross crease one to Wyatt Johnston, but Vegas has pushed this puck the other way most of this power play. 3.5 to go in the period. 50 seconds on the Dallas power play.
And we'll get some more photos for Reflect. And hopefully that the Mariners will win. 2-1, baby. Yes, keep it moving. And there we go. Well, Brittany can die a happy woman now. Check the last thing I got to see besides Drunk Joel and go line dancing with 11 of my friends was Jimmy Garoppolo in the pink suit in Mexico. And remember in that game, they had him and then all the cameras were flashing. And then here comes in Colt McCoy looking like a ball boy afterwards. Like one guy looking like GQ10 and then the other guy looking like he was a bag boy for like a grocery store. Oh, my. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Yes. $20 holla for the Snapples and the lunch. And and like I said, in rent and bills, like I got to really grind it out, from now into the end of the month. Obviously, rent is a big, big thing, to be able to continue the dream. So thank you so much. $20 holla, bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. For the food and the Snapple and Paisley. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. There's not very many people on planet Earth, honesty, the loyalty, the respect. And, when you end up, trying to build a team, when you are trying to do things by yourself and realize it's just way too hard sometimes. And you do need to have support. You do need to have lead mods and have people that are very special and close to you on the channel. And I appreciate you. Like I said, it's been bleak. You've seen the evolution of the channel. From where it was and where it's going. And, it's just a matter of just continuing to be consistent. Thumbnails are now on point, so there's nothing lacking anymore. That was the one thing that was a pet peeve for me. Like, I just wanted the thumbs to be, a 10 every time. And unless you know how to make them, then you can only afford so much. So it feels good to be able to now I can do that and express myself in my own way. And I don't have to pay anyone and I can do it myself and, be on that Johnny level. And I appreciate you very much. It can only go up from here, minute 55 left in the first period. And we just got to keep doing NASCAR and baseball and hockey and basketball and wrestling and football. And just, we just don't know what the thing is that will click, based off the algorithm, but we have been getting more subs and views doing baseball and hockey rather than basketball. So, and as well as NASCAR. So that means basketball and NASCAR have to take a back seat. Hockey and baseball get a front seat until we get into football. And then it'll be football and wrestling like it is all year. So. Oh, okay. Specifically. Yeah, you're good now. Go, baby. Oh, Dallas. That is a good question. I mean, if I knew that I would be able to get people to show up, I would still have continued to do NASCAR, right? But the thing is like, towards the end when I'm doing some of these, races, if I'm not getting anybody to show up or a very small amount of people, it's like I got to be able to, I have to be smart about my time and everything. And, it's like if I'm going to be doing 4 or 5 hours and then barely anyone showing up, or I'm not getting donos on top of that, no subs, no donos, nobody showing up, that's brutal. You know what I mean? Compared to if I can do something where, I know people will show up and I'll have a better chance to be able to pay my rent rather than taking 5 hours of my day and getting, nothing. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I mean, I don't want to give up on it, but the last few, like I said, when I first did it last year, we were getting about 1,000 to 4,000 views. And then it went down to about like 100 to 500. Then it went down to like, 100 to 200 and sometimes even lower than that. So I was like, I'm not sure if this is going to be worth it. If they're, if they're not going to promote me or we're not going to get people showing up. So Well, there you go. We were wondering, just like I said in the pre-show, we didn't have Jason score at all in the first 8 games or first 2 rounds, right? And then obviously going here now, if he gets going, that could be the difference between Dallas winning the series or not, or stealing a game 1, and he finally scored. So good for him, man. Tip and assist by Hintz. And both teams are good on the road. One 0 Stars. Wow. If you're the Golden Knights, you don't feel too good right now. Yeah, Hintz has been great. He's always involved, it seems like, in the assist. Same thing with Jason, but now he got a goal. So that's scary for Vegas. If you're Vegas now, that's the last thing that you wanted to see, is see him get going. Then what? Joe's next. Then what? Jamie Benn. Then Mason. Then Wyatt. Wow. All right, let's get some photos up for you guys. Respect to the Stars. I knew this was going to be a good series. All right, so we need to get photos for Brittany, photos for Sarah, photos for Reflect. Anthony Richardson. Like I said, if I knew I could get like a guaranteed head count, and then I would, I'm gonna watch it. So I will watch it. I guess I just have to decide like really what I want to do for an event. So like tomorrow, so we got Panthers and Hurricanes at 5. Right. So, and then on Sunday, we have the Stars and the Golden Knights at noon. Right. So maybe I'll double dip, and maybe I'll do the Stars and the Golden Knights, right, in the morning. And then at nighttime, we will do NASCAR. And if nobody shows up, then I guess fuck it. But I'll still do it and enjoy it, I guess. So maybe we'll do that. It'll be a long, long day, but it doesn't start until 5. I mean, the first one was the All-Star Open, the 231. I don't really care about that one that much, but the actual All-Star race is at 5. So maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll do, I guess it just depends on how I feel. And I don't want to leave Paisley just sitting there for, 7 hours unattended really. But yeah, there is a possibility that I might do the NHL matchup and then the All-Star race after. I was wanting to kind of sprinkle in a little Mariners or Dodgers, but we'll have to wait and see. Yes, game is ESPN. Yes, rest in peace to Jim Brown.
Wow, that's like really good. Or am I just acting? Hate it for yourself and find out.
And what else do you want, Reflect? You got anything else besides that one particular rookie? Is there someone else that you want as well? Just let me know. I got you. We can do all kinds of Seattle players, whatever you want. It could be UW. It could be Seattle. As long as Jimmy Garoppolo. That's for Brittany. She said, I like that. Okay, 1-0 as we're going into intermission. So we got time to do some photos here.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
Introducing Domino's new loaded tats, crispy golden. And because we're a pizza company, we loaded them with pizza toppings.
Our tots are made to be delivered.
Try new loaded tops with your favorite pizza from Domino's.
What's good, Jade? I'm a Kraken fan as well.
We are always in motion. Getting this?
Oh, yeah. He'll have to make sure he stays out of the brothels and all the places that can get him in trouble. I mean, anywhere Jimmy goes, it doesn't matter if Jimmy goes somewhere high class or low class. Everyone's hitting on Jimmy. I mean, I imagine Jimmy probably doesn't have to pay for anything ever for the rest of his life. It's like, oh, you want some free food? Here you go. Oh, you need a suit? Here you go. And he doesn't even have to pay with money. He pays with like smiles. He just smiles once. Yep, there we go. There's a $100 meal. Yeah, but you want to start to let me know what you want to see on your end. I got you as well. And we do some Jim Brown. He passed away today. One of the greatest running backs of all time. The original OG running back. Like the first one. Like the first OG.
Vegas is waiting. They fed off the energy of the crowd just like they should have in the first 10, 12 minutes. Then they take those uncharacteristic penalties.
And I like black and white and like old school. It really makes me appreciate like life and how much, these sacrifices that certain these players that have gone through. And, even the internet era, being in 95, it's just wild to think the internet has only been around since 1995. And to be able to grow up with the video game era and the internet era is truly wild. On top of the 80s and 90s, being able to see some of the greatest athletes. But if we're talking about as far as older athletes, yeah, this is a fucking legend.
Shouldn't matter on penalties, I know, but still, the Western Conference final, you don't want to see those calls. I think for Dallas, you can see the frustration.
The mystique in the photos, too. A simpler time where people weren't as much of a hater.
Maybe they don't score, but that leads to them saying, hey, you know what? We got a little bit more space. Vegas is so good at clogging up the ice. And that's going to be something to watch in the series is who gets more frustrated. You can't. It's going to go back and forth all series long. I think for Dallas, they wanted to manage the first 10.
3-2 Braves. No. I got to see if my buddy can send me something. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing the NASCAR race. Like I said, it does line up for me to do it, but I'm not going to do that as like the only thing. That would have to be like that secondary, stream. And then hopefully we can get like to a good number with people and everything on that as well. But,
I thought the first 10 minutes, the game was going at a speed that they couldn't keep up with. Pete Moore alluded to it in the interview with Emily, but like, look here, I mean, the pressure is getting to them. Martin tried to force the play, gets turned over, they get a gift right here.
Hope you're doing well.
So,
Go Kraken.
Join the rush. Colin Miller jumps in the play. That poor puck management, and then right back down your throat, and Jack Eichel with a breakaway chance, and Ottinger with a big save. That seemed to be the theme of the first 10 minutes of the
but after we gave up more runs, right? At that point, did Bryce give up all three? Damn it, he did. I was going to say, did he give up everything for us to be, and he gave up the 3 runs. Shit. His ERA is still only 1.42 though. What happened? All right. Ozuna singled to right. Rosario scored. Albies to third. That was 2-2. And then Arcia singled to right. Albies scored. Ozuna to third. Fuck. And it's the top of the 8th. We're running out of time. Shit. Our batting average is still fucking disgusting, though. Reflect the batting average. So it's like we're just like looking, right? All right, you got JP Crawford 246, France 268, Julio 213. Come on, bud. 285 for Kelenic, 226 for Suarez, 235 for Raleigh, 244 for Teoscar, Trammell 129, Caballero 286. Julio needs to just be more patient and stop swinging at the first 2 pitches. I mean, I don't know when he's going to learn. Maybe he'll have to wait till after the All-Star break. But, he's like, at this point, you're not even an All-Star. Like Kelenic is an All-Star. And we were all thinking, oh, great, Julio, All-Star game, Rookie of the Year. And, now he's not even deserving. Like if they vote him in, it's just going to be based off who he is, not based off this season, which is kind of unfair. I want to be able to, have guys rewarded, like Jared Kelenic, but if they put Julio in there over him, then it's the favoritism thing that's happens all across the league and whatnot. So, yes, his highlights are awesome. Like when you watch him, Walter Payton, Earl Campbell, like it makes you realize that, and then Barry Sanders for me, that's always my favorite. But when you get to see like the guys that came before Emmett and Barry Sanders and Thurman Thomas, and you get to see the Walter Paytons and the Earl Campbells, and you get to see the Jim Browns and how aggressively and how they would truck people, awesome. Just the way that they would run over people was just unreal.
You need a connecting room for whatever reason, it matters.
Yeah, but we know that it will get better. We know it will get better. Yeah, I know, man. I hear you. It's tough.
This is crazy.
You know what else is crazy? That
All right, I'm gonna throw up some Michael Penix Jr. because I like him. So we're at the intermission, so why not? And anything what you want to see out of the rookies for the Seahawks? I just can't wait to. I'm actually kind of more excited. This sounds crazy and all, but I'm kind of more excited to watch you guys than watch Oregon. Like I already know what I'm going to get with my team with no defense, but with you guys are going to be like really fun to watch. Like Utah, USC. It's like Oregon might end up being like the fourth best team or fifth best, unfortunately. But at least I'm real about it, you know.
Some days, we were made to help you find the best way there.
And I love lefties, like you know. Mike in the building. How are you, man? We're doing good. We're watching a little hockey. The Braves are beating the Mariners 3-2 on Apple TV. I need to try to get my buddy to.
We're making Italian beef sandwiches. First, let's prep the meat. No beef. Perfect. First, we're gonna get the ingredients. You can order it with your fingertips. You got tinfoil, right? We get groceries, DoorDash.
Everything looks so good.
Right? I'm hearing the new Google Pixel is really great. And it comes with AT&T's best deals on all of them.
This one looks nice.
That's a house favorite. And it's served with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch. And no trade-in required either.
Oh.
How do you know all this?
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of plans and always get our best deal.
The Western Conference Final is here. Stars, Golden Knights. Dallas is looking to add a second cup. Vegas is on a quest for their first. That is playoff hockey. The Western Conference Final. Stars, Golden Knights. Game 2, Sunday on ABC and ESPN+.
Tell me quick. Another kick. Tell me quick. Another kick. Welcome back to the Lexus First Intermission Report. Coming up tonight, after Stanley Cup playoff hockey, it's the WNBA opener. Brittany Griner is back.
All right.
Her season debut.
I got a tiny screen, but I got it. So we'll see.
One goal in that first period that belongs to 40-goal scorer Jason Robertson. He now has 122 points. That's this regular season and the postseason.
We're good, man. How are you doing, man? We missed you, bro.
Minnesota North Star has never scored more in regular and postseason. Emily Kaplan now with Robertson.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. I had a link on it too. I don't have Apple TV though, so. Oh, awesome. Go Mariners.
Really try to crease for this series to get the buck in and not turn over the news result. We got it in. Just improved down. We were able to get on it. And
All right. Now I'm good. I got it, at least at the very end here in the bottom of the 8th.
well, it comes from everyone that locked.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? Because obviously they have Caleb Williams, Drake May as the top two, and maybe because I mean it's not going to be fucking Bo Nix. Penix is smooth. He's lefty. He's leader. Like, you know, he still has a long ways to go. But at the very end of the year, there is a chance he'll be the third or fourth quarterback taken. You know, and if you didn't have a Caleb Williams or Drake May, you know, maybe even higher than that. But you know what I'm saying? So I know it's and the thing is that you're not a bandwagon guy and you're not a type of guy to overreact. So it's like it sounds nice on paper and it might sound nice on video, but we're not dumb enough to take that bait thinking that, oh, he's just going to go in there and then he'll be the third best in the world. Like he still has a lot to prove and learn. But I do see a lot of potential with him and your team next year. Oh, I appreciate that.
On this week, Joy
I think that he's good for what he does. If he didn't get injured with that ankle against Washington, maybe we do a little bit better. But the bottom line is, I'm not really worried about Bo Nix and the offense. We're going to score points, but our defense is going to be probably terrible. So it's like we're not going to be able to stop anybody. So it's like we might be able to keep up scoring wise, but the only teams that we're going to be able to beat are the ones that are like the mid, like, the Cows and, I can't even say Washington State because Oregon State's better than us now too. Like there is a real strong possibility that the Ducks, instead of being like one of the top 2 teams or 3 in the Pac-12, they might actually be 4th, 5th, or 6th out of the Pac-12. Like I don't want that to happen, but you got to think Utah's good at running and playing good defense. UW has got Michael Penix Jr. Caleb Williams will be running for the Heisman again, on USC. And then Oregon State is better than us now. Washington State, and then you never know how you're going to play against Cal or Stanford or Arizona State or Arizona. Sometimes you lose them when you shouldn't, so I don't know. But I don't expect Bo Nix to be a good NFL player. If he ends up getting drafted, it's probably going to be, even if he has a really good season, he'll probably get drafted 5th to 7th round or undrafted, and then he'll have to be a backup and try to prove himself. But I don't see him being like a day 1 starter or anything like that. So that's just me being real. Oh, yeah. And I would expect that you guys would win and your defense will be better than ours. So. Damn it. Now it's 4-2.
This is the most exciting moment in
Ah.
when the front tape comes off.
Tough.
You have swatches, samples, and pride. Depend upon Frontape's best-in-class paint block technology. to keep
Brutal.
you
4-2.
lines.
Of course, all the Braves fans are loving that. But, and that's another thing, too, like looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously we have some hockey matchups, but then,
Frontape, when it matters most.
let me see.
It's Bedmart's big Memorial Day sale. Right now, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster.
I mean, if I didn't have to worry about Paisley, like I would do like 2 games on Saturday and 2 on Sunday, hockey and baseball and hockey and NASCAR. But Dodgers, Cardinals, Mariners, Braves tomorrow at 4:15, Fox, or whatever one's local for that person at that time. So it's either going to be doing that or doing the NHL matchup with Carolina and Florida. So I guess we'll just have to make a choice on what we want to do, there. I'd rather do the Dodgers, Cardinals, Mariner, Braves, or the NHL playoffs. I don't really want to do the NBA. And then obviously for NASCAR, if it lines up where the NASCAR matchup's at 5 and then the hockey matchup is down at noon, then technically I could push and do that too. So, but we'll decide. But if I am going to do a game, I'm going to do the Mariners and Braves. I've already, watched the Dodgers and Cardinals here and there. And I believe is it going to be Logan Gilbert? Logan Gilbert versus undecided. So, but we'll do a talk and a vote, and we'll figure out what we want to do. Yeah, unless we end up getting hot, in the summer months, but it looks like we're not going to be able to win the division. And the best that we can hope for is a wild card. And we got to be shooting for 90 wins. And we already know how tough that's going to be. So, but it doesn't look like or feel like we're a playoff team at this point at all. No, I totally agree. I mean, it's like you can be a fan, but you don't have to be like delirious about things, Yeah, and like I said, with the Detroit Lions, with them getting ripped and drafting high, but they already knew Swift was gone and Jamal Williams was gone. So if they fell in love with a certain type, like a Jamal Charles type of guy, yeah, maybe you picked him, 15 picks too early, and he would have been early second round. You would have picked him, right? And maybe he would have still been there, but what if he wasn't? And then you just, banked on him being there, and then someone else decided to pick him at like 25 or 28. Then your whole draft is fucked. So sometimes, people, go too high and they reach for for a player that fits their system, not that's the best player available. They just think that this is the guy for us, our team. And that's why some people draft that way. They draft specifically for us, not him on any team, but what this guy would mean for us right now. And that's why sometimes people complain. And sometimes people get it wrong, like Alex Leatherwood with the Raiders. We knew that was a wrong move from the very start, but they thought that was their guy. But I do like Campbell a lot, and I hope the Lions make the playoffs this year. It would be awesome for them to win the division or get a wild card. But they're coming, and I've always wanted the Jets, but now with Rodgers, not so much. But I've always rooted for like the Jets, the Lions, and the Jags, and kind of the bottom feeders. Now, the Jets will still be, 500 or right below 500. Rodgers isn't going to make that much of a difference. O-line and defense are non-existent. So if people want to hop on this Rodgers train, I mean, what, he's going to go 9-8? I mean, give me a break, okay? But with the Lions and the Jags, they're on the up and up. So I can definitely root for those teams. That's big facts. All right, we're down 4-2. The screen I got is a itty bitty, but at least I can still see it. All right. I'm going to close out of that. We're going into the second period here.
They're up in Edmonton. They give up 2 goals in the first 2 shots of the game, yet come back and eliminate the Oilers on the Oilers' home ice. So
all right, baby.
Familiar position for them.
I like to look at development, and like I said, when certain people in the media, want to talk shit about someone, saying that someone's a dummy or a meathead, and all they do is work out, and they're just like grunting all the time, and the guy's a fucking idiot. Well, if the guy was such a fucking idiot, he wouldn't be a head coach in the league, even though we do have some questionable hires from time to time. But, he's a guy that people run through a wall for. Some guys are player coaches. Some people, are just yellers and screamers. Some guys will actually get in the drill and do it with the players. And when that happens, they will respect you on another level because the coach is actually doing the work he has no business doing, but it's just showing that camaraderie. And when I see stuff like that, and just the type of person that he is, I wouldn't mind having a Dan Campbell. Now, would Dan Campbell work anywhere? No, he wouldn't work anywhere. But if you had an organization with coaches that bought in with him and you had the right pieces there, yeah, I think that they can turn it around. And I think Goff is underrated. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. I like their team. So, moving forward, I hope they fucking win the division. Like if I could have one team in the division and the NFC North, King of the North win, it's not the fucking Packers. I could care less for the Bears. Vikings, I like to see them do better because they were always, underneath Green Bay's thumb. I would love to see Detroit and Minnesota at the top, of that division. Hell, I would like to see Green Bay under the Bears, so they understand what it's like to fucking lose and they can stop crying and whining and, just get over it. You know what I mean? You don't have an owner. Your team only went so far. Instead of actually blaming Rodgers, you had to blame everyone else. Good luck with Jordan Love. So good luck with the losses. And at least with my team, I know my team sucks, but at least I know it. And we're trying to tank without saying it. So I'm trying to get the first pick in the draft. I'm trying to get Drake May, Caleb Williams, or Michael Penix Jr. at some point, first, second, third, fourth, fifth pick. So yeah, Saints are going to be good. You guys are going to win the division for the next couple years. Panthers, Falcons got a long ways to go, and Tampa isn't trying to win. They're trying to tank. So, you're going to probably go 6-0 in the division, and I would assume the Saints will win 10 to 13 games this year. Hold on one sec.
It's a really good mix, and then, of course, you have the 20-year-old Wyatt Johnston to that young group. And we didn't have Roope Hintz up there as well, who's signed to 2031. And this is a team set up for immediate and future success. And they're on the attack again, leading 1-0. Robertson, the goal, third in the playoffs in the first period. Something was shot by Sagan. Centers one for Marshall, who gets it back for Sagan. Out in front, a good stick by Bluger. Ryan Suter kept it. 50 move by Hasteman. Get himself some room. Now he's tried one. And it hit bodies out in front. And it's skated off by Braden McNabb. For Keegan Colasar. Ottinger let it go around to Hero Hastening. Megan back in the neutral zone by Eichel. Spins back into his own end. Pursued by Luke Glendening. Eichel just 26 years old. Massachusetts native. Barbashev lifted into the right wing corner. That's the Vegas offensive style. Get behind the defense. For Dallas, looks for more free flowing. Game with plays off the rush, perhaps like this.
Yeah, me too. And like I said, I've always been rooting for underdog. You know, you just got to have the right coach and the right, players. You know, obviously, imagine if Urban Meyer was still there with Trevor Lawrence. Like, we would probably start thinking that Trevor Lawrence is a bust. Like, he's never going to, unless he goes to another team and gets someone that can actually develop him. And he was so good in junior high and high school and college. That would have been a shame because that was like an Andrew Luck type of talent, right? But they had to get Dougie P in there, and thank God it helped his development. And then, I think out of all the coaches in the league, I would say Campbell, Dan Campbell is one of my favorites overall. And obviously watching Hard Knocks and seeing how he is, he's going to be serious when he needs to be, right? He's going to be, straightforward, maybe an asshole at times, but he does care, and he is really trying to, change the overall vibe. And, not being the same old Lions. And I like that. You think so? I'm not sure if I would go that far to be as good as McCaffrey, but, if he could be like a Jamal Charles type of running back, how awesome would that be? Yeah. And they're never going to pick anyone that the fans want. They always pick who they want. 6-2 Braves. Boo! Oh, wow. Shit. If Vita Vea came to Seattle, oh, my God. They would love him. Not only that for being from UW, but they already know he's one of the best, D tackles in the league. Aaron Donald's getting older and whatnot. And, he might not get you 15 or 20 sack lunches, but he'll definitely stop the run. And he plays with a lot of passion. I like him. I don't want him to leave. I don't want Devin White to leave either, but it seems like that might be, a foregone conclusion. And then Levante David's getting old, so it's like my whole team is just, going down the shitter now. Good save. 1-0. Stars are still up. Yeah, Vita Vea is awesome. I mean, of course, it would be great if he had more sack lunches, but again, not everyone can be Warren Sapp or Aaron Donald, right? So you have to be able to appreciate guys that are big, that will stop the run, get tackles for loss. Maybe they don't get a lot of interceptions or sacks, but that you feel the presence there where like guys that try to run can't. And that's really why you draft guys like that. Greg Gaines.
Centering pass off the stick of Barbashev, but played up by Sagan was all he could do to get to the bench. Clearly gassed as he went to the Dallas bench. 13 and a half to go, second period.
Fucking A, 6-2. Well, I already knew it was going to be tough to be able to beat them anyways. But hopefully we can get payback tomorrow. All right, 19 shots on goal for Vegas, 15 for Dallas. 9 big hits for Vegas, 5 for Dallas. So obviously they're winning on the hits and the shots, as well as faceoffs. Vegas 14, Dallas 12. And then Vegas 4 penalty minutes, Dallas 0. But again, getting Jason going early and often, and that could be the difference. Ooh. I know. Sucks, man. Greg Gaines, 5'11". I got to go get Paisley. Paisley's barking.
We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best box that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
Nothing else on the Cash App there, but maybe we'll have some and some more people that'll come through. All right, let me go get Paisley.
need to roll back fast. And you need Scott's turf building and let the grass. It knows grass 2 times faster than does the lawn. Giving you a stronger lawn. Build that leader, eh? Pick up a bag at Lowe's today. Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
The all-new Chevy Colorado is made for more. Bring more. Do more. See more.
Got to make sure kids aren't harassing Paisley.
And be more. The all-new Chevy Colorado, made for more.
Welcome back to Vegas here with Golden Knights coach Bruce Cassidy. Bruce, you guys dominated play early. What have you seen from your team since then?
Well, I like our pace tonight. We're managing pucks well for the most part, trying to play behind him, create some offense that way. Now the ice.
Is it 60-57?
We got to keep attacking that.
Well, Miami, they're playing hot, right now, and Jimmy Butler might be the most seasoned. Tatum is one of those guys that can blow up, but he's not going to necessarily do it every game, and then Jaylen Brown is very consistent, but I think like Boston's got the more well-rounded team overall. They might be the best, but Boston and Denver, it's their series to lose. The difference is the Lakers couldn't win in Denver because Denver's the better team with the Joker. He's the best player on the planet right now, right? And then obviously with Miami, it shows you that they're a little bit closer to Boston than people think, and then that one might end up going 7 games. So, yeah. As the 8 seed. I remember that. We were talking about that just a couple days ago when we were talking about Denver, based on when they had Mutombo, LaFonso Ellis, Rodney Rogers, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, Chris Jackson. But then when they had that against the Sonics were a 1 and the Denver Nuggets were an 8. And he made all those faces with the basketball while he was on the ground. Oh, I remember that. Mutombo. That was actually kind of a cool team. I mean, the Sonics had a really cool team, over the years as well. But that particular year was pretty good. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. For the first grandchild, I appreciate that. I got rent and all kinds of bills and whatnot, so this is definitely going to help. Thanks. $20. Dono, baby. For the first grandchild, baby. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me know what you want to see for photos. I got you. For the first grandchild. Stand. I have not watched it, but obviously not a lot of people remember Chris Jackson, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Like I'm a big card collector, and obviously, I feel like a historian of sports, from the 80s and 90s specifically. But I try to go back from like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then obviously on the baseball side from the 20s on and whatnot. But yeah, I have not seen it, but it sounds like I should. Is it kind of like a 30 for 30 type of thing, or?
Another Dallas find in the draft. Here's Johnson more than 24 goals in the regular season. 4 more in the postseason. For Johnson, moving the game winner in Game 7. Youngest ever to win a playoff series of series-clinching goal in Game 7. One day after his 20th birthday.
Really? Yeah, I have not seen it. 10:45 left in the second period. Oh! There it is. 1-1. I had a feeling. I was like, we've been chilling and we've been having a good time. I was like, there's going to be something happening here. There it is. both of these series are going to be so good, and they could both go 7 games. Carolina, Florida, Dallas, Vegas. Like, I know a lot of people, are going to be more invested on the NBA side, but I feel if you know the players and just look at the action that you're seeing, and the crowds are much better on the NHL side too. Easier for me to watch, and like I said, I love the NBA as a kid. 80s and 90s, it was like number one to me, but now it's like so far back on the barn burner. Candace in the building. How are you? No, he just did it for his first grandchild, like donating for them. Not that he just got one. Probably the way I said it too. Appreciate you, Mike. The $20 holla, bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. How's it going, Candace? How are you? Oh! Wow, it's really starting to pick up now. William Karlsson with the goal, assisted by Zach Whitecloud and Nicolas Roy. 1-1 in the second period, baby. Hi, Paisley. You're fine. I love you. You're fine. Love my Paisley pup. Final score, Braves 6, Mariners 2. Damn it. Miller's first loss. Tough. But it is the Braves. I mean, it's the best of the best, right? So the Braves might need to actually win the World Series this year. I mean, look at their lineup. Acuna Jr., Olsen, Murphy, Riley, Rosario, Albies, Ozuna, Arcia, Harris. I mean, they have no weaknesses, and their pitching is good too. So it wouldn't surprise me, but unfortunate that we couldn't find a way. And then it's 65-62. Boston came back on the run. I would still think that Boston will find a way. I think Miami can force it to go 7 games, but Boston, it's their championship to lose. Same thing with Denver. It's like you are the home team. You should be able to get it done. It should be Boston, Denver. We know Miami and Los Angeles are both good, but are they good enough to win the series? LA, not so much. Miami, good enough to push it to the limits, but I still think Boston will win it. Especially if it goes game 7. If it goes game 7, Boston can win at home. Captain Jack Eichel. See you.
Inside the last half of regulation time, Vegas has tied this game up, and one of the ways they've been able to do it is to get their defense involved and traffic to the net. Vegas likes the puck at the point, and they'll move their defensemen along the blue line.
That's what's great about hockey too. Sometimes it can be a little slow, 0-0, 1-0, but as soon as that first goal comes out, usually there'll be another one pretty shortly after. And then you just get a kind of a whirlwind. So you already know once that one comes, there's a good chance another one is very shortly on the way. Yeah, we got some OGs on the channel. We got some people that are as young as 10 to 20 years old. That sometimes or 10 to 17, somewhere in there. You know what I mean? But half the fan base is under 40, and half of it is over 40. So we got people that are 20s, 30s, 40s, but we also have people that are 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 on the channel. So it's a nice variety of people that we have. Mike is the man. The Braves win. Appreciate you guys. 1-1, Dallas, Vegas. We're all knotted up. 67-66 Boston. I'm watching that as well.
Moving with great vigor on that opportunity. Shaking his leg as he comes back to the bench. Talking to the trainer here as this shot beats Aiden Hill and rings off the right goal post. This is a nice little touch pass for Max Domi. And Sagan, who before injury robbed him of some of his explosiveness, was one of the league's most dangerous scorers. Kind of remade his game a little bit. He and Jamie Benn are more in the shadows here. The younger guys have taken the front line.
It's okay, Paisley. Dad will be done in a little while. We'll hang out all day, all night. We'll hang out.
It looks like he's all right now, just working on his gear as opposed to still being bothered by that earlier block shot. 21 goals in the regular season.
1-1. At least it's not going to be a 6-hour game today. Well, I guess I can't say that because that's what it was yesterday. That was crazy. Florida, Carolina, and it still gets me. Florida Panthers, Carolina Panthers, Florida Panthers, Carolina Panthers, Florida Panthers, Carolina Hurricanes. Just weird to be able to play against as a team name. I'm so like football oriented, but I didn't mess it up yesterday, which was good. But sometimes I catch myself. All right, so look at the stats. We got 23 shots on goal for Vegas, 15 for Dallas. Vegas has 15 hits to Dallas has 5. That's shocking. Faceoffs 1, Vegas 17, Dallas 16. Dallas is really good at faceoffs. I think they beat the Kraken every game except maybe one. I probably ended up winning faceoffs on every game, honestly. Almost every matchup, it's like they're very good. And then Vegas 4 penalty minutes and Dallas is 0. Oh, you're good. We're all good here. We're all adults.
Working along the wall with Hanley, comes free to Harley. Dallas, more than 10 minutes now without a shot on goal. Reminiscent of the start of the game. White Cloud, double team in the neutral zone. Came out to Foxer, the check dumped it in, and Dallas gets a complete change. Shots have opened up again in favor of Vegas, now 24-15. 16-13 at the end of the first period, but early on with 11-1 for Vegas. Kolasar couldn't stop the puck. Then chasing after Theodore got there. Then turning back. Save up high by Hill. Bouncing puck. Johnston could get one on it. And it's backed ahead by Carrier. Another of the 6 original Golden Knights still on the roster. Good move by Theodore to spin back. Luger played it back. McNabb, now Stone. And on it is Colin Miller. He played a year here in Vegas. He was another of the original Golden Knights when Boston left him unprotected. Went on to Buffalo. And now his first season with Dallas. 5.5 to go. Stone inside the line. Stone in deep for Howden. Vegas in the midst of a partial change. Stevenson, an all-star this year for the first time. Bouncing puck comes straight up on the Martinez. Kobe trying to get there. The shot went over the net. Stevenson steps away from the double team. Again, trying to use those defensemen. Martinez centered one. He went in deep. And it's skated away from hard by Hastings. Crisply to Domi and across it goes. For Dadama. And a terrible turnover. And a great stop made by Hill. Tremendous opportunity for Sooners. They just hand him the puck. And it's still tied at 1.
All right, we're still knotted up at 1. 5:09 left.
And Carlson, the equalizer, here in the second period.
74-68 Celtics.
It's pretty simple. I kind of just want things the way I want.
I want a network that won't let me down. Even up here. With an unlimited plan that's truly right for me. With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want. And only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge. Of my plan. Introducing My Plan from Verizon, the first and only plan where you choose what goes in, from Apple Music to Disney Bundle, so you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30 on the network you want, because it's your Verizon.
1, 2, 3.
Making new traditions. Homemade pasta. And ice cold milk. That's my recipe for magic.
At Lexus, our motto is you have to feel it to believe it. Experience the exhilaration of the Lexus Performance line.
Sorry, I was just doing a scan on my thing because my buddy sent me the link, to try to watch the Mariners and Braves, and most of them are good. But every once in a while, you'll have ones that'll have like pop-ups and shit. And I'm like, man, it's like, don't be sending me stuff if it's going to have that extra bullshit that I might have to clean up and do like a virus scan or whatever. But I guess that's what happens when you want to watch sports sometimes, right? Ooh, that sounds like I need something to watch. Yes, I do. All right, 4:46 left in the second period. Oh, that kid's having fun. So is that kid. They're loving it. I mean, if we had an NHL team in Oregon and if someone took me as a kid, of course. I mean, better late than never to have the Kraken be a part of the Pacific Northwest now. And obviously still bigger in Washington than it is in Oregon, but
Harley for Hanlon. Hanley, a veteran, 31 years old. That's going to be icing against the Stars.
NHLShop.com, the official online store of the NHL and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro, Emily Kaplan, our rules expert, Dave Jackson, standing by in case there are any issues pertaining to the rules. Our producers, Jeff DeFine, our director, Doug Holmes, all honored to be bringing you this Western Conference Final on ESPN and on ABC, and every game of this series available on ESPN+. Dallas can't clear it, but Trangelo had hit a stick out high, floated wide of Jake Ottinger. Under 4 minutes to go now, second period, tied at 1. Robertson for Dallas in the first period. And Carlson, the game tired here in the second for the VGK. And this looks a lot like the first period before the penalty. Vegas has just been quick. Long has helped down low. Centers one for Riley Smith. And we have a slashing penalty called Vegas hasn't had a power play yet, but that might be about to change.
Dallas, number 91.
Vegas going on. Ethan Moore was asking, where is it? We look at Sagan here. There's the penalty. It's on Waz. The deflection by Smith turned aside by Ottinger. Very similar to the penalties called in the first period. The two of them on Dallas. This one called on Vegas. And the Golden Knights power play, which has really had its struggles, gets their first crack at the series. It's been an ongoing problem for Vegas. Regular season, they were just 15th in the league at 20.3%. They're worse than that in the playoffs. 7 for 40, 17.5%.
All right, 3:30 left in the second period. Vegas on a power play with 2 minutes. Let's see if they can end up getting a goal here at the very end of the second period.
Vegas over 6 in the regular season on the power play. In the regular season, Dallas killed 83.5%. Third in the NHL, we had Boston and Carolina. Here's Marchessault. There's Wester. Handled by Ottinger.
Ottinger with the save.
Still a top tonight. Huge sports day here. PGA Championship, NHL playoffs, and then WNBA. Actually, great to see Brittany Griner on the play in her first game since October 2021. In Russia, and back with the Phoenix Mercury playing Los Angeles tonight. One of the great players in the history of women's basketball. Under 3 minutes to go, second period. Still a minute 24 on the Vegas power play. Marchessault.
2:50 left in the second period. We're still knotted up at 1. Vegas has a good opportunity with this power play right now as well. Shots on goal, 26 for Vegas, 19 for Dallas. Big hits. This is a real big one. 19 for Vegas. Dallas only has 5. So they're definitely playing a little passive. Vegas with 19 faceoffs won. Dallas with 18. That's the closest I've ever seen either team be that close to someone else. And then Vegas with 4 penalty minutes. Dallas with 2. 40 seconds left in the power play.
40 seconds still to kill for Dallas. They still lost 17 in the last 19.
There's Eichel. Good pass. Oh, good save.
From the front of the net, they'll regroup. Dallas brings Kiviranta on to do the penalties there on Carlson. Now Theodore up high. Kiviranta approaching. Eichel turned aside by Ottinger. 12 seconds on the man advantage. Eichel lost his stick. Cross ice it comes from Marchessault. Theodore still out there. Theodore sends Eichel. He centered on it. Spanned out by Carlson. 3 shots on goal in the power play. Sagan's out of the box. But he chases after the puck in. Shea Theodore.
And so Lindell and Daryl Heiskanen were on for the entire 2 minutes here on that power play as they couldn't get off the ice. And Vegas with some zone time, but really only one chance. Dangerous chance on that power play. So a good kill for Dallas, and we'll crawl into the last 80 seconds of the period.
Sorry, just making sure I got everything set up here.
In face-off win percentage, better than 60% of the regular season. He's upset they didn't drop the puck. He gets tossed. Wyatt Johnston steps in. Back to the line, Suter off the stick of Carlson and up into the netting behind the cage.
There's Ryan Suter, who's had a long career and finally gets to the conference final.
Yeah, the Michael Jordan, yeah.
1,470 games.
You got Ben Affleck there, and yes.
Drafted a month after Wyatt Johnston was born.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of like Discovery and History, Nat Geo. I got all my shows that I watch on the regular too. But I definitely have to try to catch up on some other shows and some movies for sure. But Air looked like a good watch. You know what I mean? And obviously, me living here in Oregon, I know a lot of the backstory of Nike and everything growing up here. So I've lived here my whole life. So yes. And Goonies. All right, we got 40 seconds left in the second period. We're still knotted up at 1. I'm actually a little surprised, to be very honest, that it hasn't got higher scoring at this point. But, both teams are feeling each other out. Both goalies have played well. And, maybe we're not going to get a lot of those 6-4 or 5-4 kind of games till later in the series. I just hope we don't go to 6 overtimes again today. Love me some Goonies. My buddy just loves 80s and 90s. He's a couple years younger than me, but only like by 2 years. So pretty much we grew up in the same, like G.I. Joe, Turtles, Transformers, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Terminator 2, Rambo. We were all like all this stuff, Jaws, like every single thing that was available. I mean, we were all in that same boat. So, all right, end of the second period. We're still knotted up at 1. All right, let's do some photos for you goats in the room. Anything that you want to see? Reflect? Anything else that you want to be able to see? I can throw up some more Seahawk photos from some of your rookies if you want to be able to see something I can dig up. If you want a little bit of UW, you let me know. I got you. Astoria. Oh yeah. I mean, that's one of my, Lincoln City, anywhere, Seaside, just going to the beach is just so relaxing. And it's just good for the mentals, to be able to smell the air and feel the breeze, and obviously good food, down there at any location you go down to the beach. And sometimes they'll have cool things like arcades that you can go to. And and just being able to spend time down there.
Memorial Day mattress sale is going on now. Right now you can save on new.
All right, I'll bounce it over, I guess, to the TNT for the time being, since the Mariners are done. And take a peek a little bit at this basketball game while I guess it's on. And then we'll flip it back once we get there. But let's go over just kind of some of the stats here. All right, let's take a quick look at the stats. All right, so 28 shots on goal for Vegas, 20 for Dallas. So 8 more, you're at home. That's what it should be. The big disparity is the hits, though. 21 for Vegas, 5 for Dallas. And the game is tied, so it hasn't hurt them. Faceoffs 1, Vegas 22, Dallas 18. And typically the home ice team usually wins the faceoffs most of the time. And in this case, it's very true. And then Vegas with 4 penalty minutes, and Dallas is 2. Yeah, and especially when you're, around noise, you know what I mean? Some people like to be, alone and have the alone time, but sometimes when you have just so much chaos going around, kids screaming and, dogs coming in and out, it's like sometimes it's nice to be able to have a little bit of that noise and that chaos, because you're just used to it. That's just how it's probably been for you, So I get it. But I'm glad that you're hanging out, man. Like I said, we're chilling. 87-77 Boston now. I'm watching until we get back to the intermission. I might as well soak this in. Am I the biggest fan of the NBA? No, but I still pay attention. And even as much as I talk how much I hate the NBA, I mean, am I still watching? Yeah. Am I still reading the articles? Yeah. Do I still see some of the highlight packages? Yeah. So it's just that if I'm going to have to determine if I want to do it as a lead on a stream, probably not. But there is a chance I might end up doing the NASCAR. I've been really wanting to do another one, but then the turnout has been, not the greatest and whatnot. And, maybe things can get a little bit better at that point. But
we know throughout these playoffs, the Heat, number one in deflections, loose balls. Brett Williams, he understands that. We're at home. Let me get this energetic crowd into this ballgame. And you both said in game one, it seems like he would fit this series. Well, absolutely. But look, give him credit too, because a guy who played as much as he did during the year, 79 games, 26 minutes a game, could pout about being out of the rotation, and instead, and again, what was the play that started all that, Reggie? The high screen and roll, putting Tatum and Robert Williams in the action. There's 12-20 matches the biggest for the Sharks tonight. Slashing inside, scooping it home with 2 more to its terrific total of 25. Here's Caleb Martin. All arrested.
170. Let's get to 2. Yeah. Well, do you think we're going to get a Sonics team in the next like 15 years? Do you think that's actually going to? Because if you bring in one, you have to bring in another. You have to bring in 2 because you have 30 teams. So it has to be like 2 expansion teams coming in. So like Nashville and Seattle. Is that what they would do?
Their ability to shoot the three, especially Duncan Robinson, who hasn't played a lot this season or the playoffs.
89-82 Celtics. Yeah, it always sucks when you have like a favorite thing that ends up leaving. They just don't want to pay for the new building of the arena, you know, or the selling the team. And the Sonics, I get it. You have Oklahoma City Thunder, but what would have been better for the league? Oklahoma City Thunder or the Seattle Supersonics? To me, Seattle Supersonics is a no-brainer. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have just, moved them there like that, but there was no choice. They already invested in, the football and the baseball. There was just no more money left in their minds to do anything for the Seattle Supersonics, which is sad because the Sonics always had a good rivalry with the Blazers, the Lakers. It was always fun. And hopefully one day we get that back again. Yeah. They already left. So you're like, I can't do this ever again. And the NBA isn't really good anymore. So it's not as exciting as it was. I was even at the dispensary talking to this girl who's a Packer fan who's like in her 30s and another guy that usually works with me when I, get stuff there. And he's like in his 20s, like probably mid 20s. And we were just talking about sports in like, baseball and NASCAR and, MLB and NBA and they were like, and they don't watch but they were like, yeah, it's like, I feel almost everyone is kind of taking a little bit of a scale back. Like NFL, really easy to watch. Wrestling, easy. If you're a hockey fan, it's easy. If not, then it's not going to be for you. But yeah, so as far as popular as the NBA is, the product could be a hell of a lot better. Oh, big 3. It's like I feel like the NBA tries to push and market like their brand is just as good as the NFL, but it's not even close. It's like maybe the NHL and NASCAR and MLB don't have the star power, and it's easier to watch NBA because it's fast and whatnot, and it's basketball, right? But it's more of like I feel like I'm watching like an upgraded college teams rather than NBA teams sometimes. And the crowds are fucking terrible. And I like passion. I like energy. That's why I like wrestling and football and now obviously playoff hockey. And I get it. Baseball fans and basketball fans are sometimes low key. Sometimes they're a little quiet. But even baseball fans in the playoffs get more rowdy than the NBA ones. Like I swear, like if it's not the Celtics or the Warriors, like most fan bases are so quiet. It's like, I don't know, hard for me to get into something where the fans are not into it. They're on their phones, playing on an app rather than watching the game. So. Oh, I bet. Well, we love you and we appreciate you, brother. And they'll end up being home and you can hang out. I can throw up some Red Farmer for you while we're waiting here at the third intermission. So let's get some NASCAR up here for him. Let's cheer him up. And I try to do the NBA just like I tried to do with like WWE when Vince was running it, but it was just almost like unwatchable. And then like it's like NXT to me is like unwatchable, and I feel like the NBA for most of their teams, like maybe I can watch 5 teams, including the Blazers, out of 30. That's not good. 5 teams out of 30, I can only watch like it'd almost be like I could think of many other things I would rather watch than watch the NBA, unfortunately. And I don't think that's going to change. If anything, I think the league is going to get worse. And at least we had Vince, with Triple H, and so we got to change that a little bit. But let's get some Charles Red Farmer for our boy Mike. He deserves it because he's the best.
Around here, we like to keep things simple.
Sure do. That's why at Progressive we show you rates from other companies, even if they're lower than ours, so you can choose what's best for your family.
Rain rates used to be a hard day's work, but now with Auto Quote Explorer.
You need help again?
Oh,
So join us and taste what Progressive is the name people trust. Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance? So you're saying you can travel back in time? I can fix things. I can save people. My mom, your parents. You changed the past. We changed the future. Who the hell are you? Yeah, I'm Batman. Flash. What if buildings could tell you how they could be more efficient?
I'm listening.
Well, with IBM, you can use software to help you connect and analyze data from HVACs to elevators to lights.
What if we use AI-driven insights to pinpoint inefficiency?
Yep, and act on it. Saving energy, money.
And emissions?
Yep, that's a big one. Now you build something better for everyone. That's the sustainability solution IBM and a global real estate company created. What will you create? IBM. Let's create.
1 in 8 people have worked at a McDonald's.
Good old Red.
That's a lot of technology.
I got you, man.
People skills.
I mean, anything I can do to make things a little bit better.
Learn on the job and off. That 1 in 8 will always have.
Let's go, baby. All right, we're going to get ready for the third period here in just a bit. I love looking at the old school, though. It's like I could definitely, end up watching older stuff and looking at older photos, black and white or color. It's just so cool to see, how things were and how things are now. The main difference is a lot of the younger generation doesn't have appreciation for the older generations, unfortunately.
much anticipated return of WNBA action, hanging out with Magic Johnson tonight.
Nice. Heck yeah. See, I figured that would help cheer you up a little bit. It's the OG.
Carlson is on the board. He's tied the game for Vegas. That earned him an interview with Emily Kemp.
Well, you scored the goal there, but one of your most important roles on this team is slowing down their top guys. What are the nuances of topping their top line of Pavelski, Hanson, Robertson?
What is nuances mean?
What are some of the challenges of it?
I mean, you gotta be careful with the third guy high and the ozone stuff like that, because they don't need much to score. And you saw in the first there when they got an opportunity, it was back in the net. So little things like that.
William Karlsson just got interviewed, and they said nuances. He's like, "What does that mean?"
First of all, thank you. I'm sleeping good, actually. My wife is kind enough to let me sleep in another room, so sleep hasn't been an issue for me.
And what's going to be the key to the third period?
I think you just got to keep going. What we did, a lot of ozone time, and hopefully tire their D out a little bit, and then go from there. I think we had a.
All right, Donnie Allison, Bobby Allison, Red Farmer.
Thank you.
The many languages of Emily Kaplan. Let's get into some of the nuances of the third period. What do you think's going to happen?
Mine's simple. I think Vegas is playing a really good game. I don't care how good Ottinger is. They need more traffic in front of them. Take away his eyes. Get a bounce like they did. You did a great job. Carlson beating Suter back in position on him. But it happened because of the screen. He didn't pick up the puck coming off the half boards in time for the end boards in time.
get in front of Jer. You have to get to him. Yeah, I think for me, the way
I know it's awesome. I mean, but like I said, it's, you know, if it's in your blood and you love it, you know, it's like you've been doing it since, 10, 15 years old, and you still love it in your 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. And, you know, sometimes, as you get a little bit older, not necessarily winding down, in the career or his life, like sometimes you can still be over 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 and still have that, boy, man passion for something like that. And it's fucking awesome, man. You know, there's not a lot of people that would stick with something for their whole fucking life, but when it's a part of who you are, that's what really defines them, and it's awesome. You too, like I said, you've liked it as being a very young boy, and it's still something that you carry with you even to this day.
We are always in motion.
All right, we're gonna get started here in the third period in a moment.
Arriving to destinations in life and around the globe. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's a blur. Because life never stops, you need someone you can trust to go right along with you, no matter where the future leads. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
At Domino's, we are obsessed with delivery.
So it breaks our heart when we see delivery done wrong.
like soggy fries. They're cold, they're soggy, and they don't deliver well.
We knew we had to do something about it. Turns out the solve wasn't a better fry.
It was hot.
Domino's do loaded tots.
Crispy, golden. And because we're a pizza company, we loaded them with pizza toppings.
Our tots are made to be delivered.
They can't just taste great, they need to deliver great.
Try new loaded tots with
96-90, Celtics up by 6. Was 5:45 to go.
Let's see. Are there anything for what? Is the ocean warm?
This one feels like it could go into overtime, but
You were made to remember.
hopefully we get at least a goal on each side.
We were made to help you find the best way there.
No goals for Joe just yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if he gets one.
I kind of just want things the way I want.
Jamie Benn. He ended his streak of not scoring in the first and second round. Good for him. Jason Robertson. Nothing for Mason just yet. Wyatt is sneaky. Hence is sneaky as well. And Ottinger, good job so far.
Because it's your Verizon.
What is wrong with Nike? What makes them all this? What about Jordan? How the hell you gonna get my love Adidas? Every player wears the same shoes. What if we create the shoes around the athlete? Magic Johnson, because that's our shoe. Exactly.
All right, Captain Jack. Oh, no, now they're showing the Air movie preview.
Okay, it's risky. We should do it. Are you trying to ruin your career? Air, rated R. Now streaming on Prime Video.
As an actor, it's my job to make people believe what they're seeing is real.
Wow! That's fantastic! Or was I just acting?
Only way to find out is to try it yourself.
The Western Conference
And Aiden Hill hasn't been too bad as well.
ABC and ESPN Plus.
All rights to this broadcast are reserved. Any rebroadcast recording, retransmission, or other use of this
I'm not sure if it was like last night, though. With Sergei Bobrovsky and Frederick Anderson. All right, we go. Third period. Your mom did. Oh, that's awesome. Who are her favorites?
We're watching the Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN presented by Geico. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Take on to the Dallas Stars tied with Aiden Hill and the Vegas Golden Knights 1-1 as we head to the third period. Vegas with an edge in play through 2 periods. They've outshot Dallas by 8. 6 of those 20 Star shots came on their 2 power play chances. More offensive zone time for Vegas and many more hits. Sean McDonough and Ray Ferraro, so we have a lot of numbers.
Appreciate that. 1954. Your mama. Appreciate that very much. It's awesome that she got you into that. You know, sometimes you have to be able to find that passion on your own or from friends. But anytime it comes from a family member, brother, sister, mom, dad, cousin, you know, aunt, uncle, grandma, grandpa, very cool. $19.50. Mike wants to make sure I can pay rent and live. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. He said, I don't want you to be homeless, dog. Appreciate that. Very nice. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to do for any other photos. I got you. Thank you so much for hanging out and also being so supportive. Like I said, people sometimes think that, you know, the donos, it doesn't matter, or it's, you know, not that big of a deal, or someone else will do it, you know, until you get to a point where you are really feeling the pressure and whatnot. And we've definitely have had an uptick in May. So, I mean, I prayed a lot. You know, I was really hoping things would start to turn around, and you know, things are starting to get better. We still don't have all of the mods in the room at the same time, which I figured it would be kind of difficult. But hopefully, you know, in the next few weeks, we can start getting some of those other mods that have been a little absent to be back on stream, because they definitely make the stream better for sure. Thank you so much. 28. Oh, boom. There it is. That's why Vegas is so good at home. 2-1 Vegas. So it looks like my prediction so far so good.
Carlson came to the Golden Knights. He had come off a year where he had 6 goals in Columbus. He exploded to 40 plus. He's now settled into this two-way player that does things at both ends of the ice. He makes a skilled play. He's in a solid defensive position.
Oh my gosh. There it is. Oh. He's like, well, what does that mean? It doesn't matter what it means. He's like, you're asking me things that I don't understand in the English language. No problem. 7th goal of the playoffs. 2-1 Vegas. Nice job. William Karlsson with a wrister, assisted by Alec Martinez and Alex Pietrangelo. Wow. Vegas. Well, I think a lot of people are going for Vegas at this point. Vegas, Florida. Because I still want the Cinderella story to happen between at least one team, between the Kraken and Florida. And just with the way that Florida plays, they're so scrappy winning on the road. I just don't think Carolina is going to be able to come back in that series. Florida is the better team to me. And if you can win games like that on the road, it's like when they went into Toronto in the second round and won the first 2 games in Toronto. Toronto had a 0% chance of coming back in that series when you get down 2-0. And I'm not saying Florida is going to be up 2-0 on Carolina in their building, but there's a chance. But I wouldn't count Dallas out in this game or the series. They're very, very good. But since Dallas beat the Kraken, no Kraken fan on planet Earth is going to be rooting for them. And I think most people are rooting for Vegas anyways. Dallas, last time they, been there was 1999, big Stanley Cup champ. But, oh, good save. But I think Dallas's players are a little bit, they're dangerous. They just have to be able to get into their rhythm. But once the Dallas players are in their rhythm, they're tough to beat. But maybe Vegas is going to be the Stanley Cup champions against Florida this year. Alabama gang, and then it became one of your favorites. And then Bobby Allison. That's awesome. Heck yeah, dude. We'll try to get some of that for you.
Martinez into the corner. Petrangelo takes the nudge from him. Petrangelo played ahead from Derriere. Colasar. Sidestep the check attempt by Miller, and it's an icing call against Vegas.
A good response shift. Marchment, Domi, and Sagan on the ice. Domi with a 2-on-1. His shot deflected by Haig. That doesn't make the save any easier, but Hill tracks it deep into the glove, and then Sagan finds himself.
Found a cool autograph photo. Check this out.
Jack Eichel. He clearly or quickly flips this up high, and it catches Hill right into
You and your mama would love this.
a good scoring chance.
Oh, look at that.
Rebound shift.
Got the Red Farmer autograph on there too. Red Farmer, Bobby, and Donnie Allison signed 8x10. Woo-hoo-hoo! That is cool. You know, and the best part about it is the clothes, you know, because then you can really date something by just looking at the clothes and the sponsors. And I love seeing like old school stuff of like Valvoline or Texaco. Oh my gosh, so cool. Appreciate you, brother.
7th of the playoffs from Martinez and Petrangelo at 119.
Colasar to the middle of the ice here. You see him 55. He gets it on the right ankle. That's the shot from Pavelski on the inside of the leg, rather. But then Colasar goes down, being helped down the tunnel towards the Vegas locker room.
Oh, yeah. Winston.
Big physical presence, Keegan Colasar.
Miller High Life. That's so cool. Megan in the building. How are you? 2-1 Vegas. We don't have to worry about Dallas winning anything. Every single Kraken fan on planet Earth, including us, we're not rooting for Dallas. We're rooting for Vegas. Vegas all the way. Unless Florida can do the miracle. And if they do that, I'm not going to hate on them. Fuck, if you can beat Boston, you can beat Toronto, if you can beat Carolina, and then you go into Vegas and you end up winning that and you win the Stanley Cup, then Florida deserves it if they go all the way as a Cinderella story. But I think Vegas, maybe this is their year. How are you? Hi, Ollie. Matt in the building. How are you? Heck yeah. Yeah, do it, dude. As long as you're feeling good enough, get out there and do it, man. I'm going to be doing some hockey, watching some baseball. And then obviously on Sunday, you know, we'll have another hockey matchup. And then maybe I'll do NASCAR. You know, it's Sunday night. It's at 5:00. The first one starts at like 2:30, but then the main one, the All-Star race, is at 5. So it does kind of line up, you know, for me to possibly do it. And Dallas scores. Whoa. They're saying, don't forget about me, buddy. Oh, he's so good. And that's why Dallas legitimately has a shot to win this matchup. They're very good on the road. Dallas can take this game 6 or 7. Whoever wins this particular matchup probably is the Stanley Cup champion. Because if Dallas ends up beating Vegas, you think they're going to be afraid of Florida? Hell no. They're going to be like, we already went through the top of the mountain. We already had to do the David versus Goliath. And they know Florida would be tough, but their confidence would be at an all-time high, which it probably already is. All right, Hintz. He's good. Like, you know, every once in a while we like, where's Joe? Where's Joe? Where's Joe? You know, Jason's not really doing a whole lot, but Hintz has been so active. And then at some point you might see Wyatt get involved as well. But sleeper, Wyatt Johnston and Hintz is the man. You could say arguably he's the most consistent besides Joe on the team. You know, either with assists or with goals. Nice job. 2-2. Wow. I did not expect Dallas to get back on the board until late. Within the last 5 minutes, I was thinking. Nice job. Both series are fantastic. Both could go 7. 6 or 7. I mean, I hope it's 7 for both just because I'm a fan. But realistically, we'll probably get one or both in 6. But I'm hoping 7. But that just means that, you know, well, Florida, you know, obviously was away. You know, but that would mean at this point, Carolina and Dallas are going to have to do everything they can to be able to steal some on the road. 2-2. It'll be in the ticker down below, too. 14 minutes left in the third period. Yeah, I will always have everything updated on the ticker for the score of whatever we're doing. All right, 29 shots on goal for Vegas, 25 for Dallas. Big hits, Vegas 24, Dallas 9. Vegas 26 faceoffs, 1, Dallas 21, and Dallas usually always wins that. And then Vegas 4 penalty minutes, Dallas 2. So obviously power play isn't really a factor. Both teams have amazing talents on offense. Nice save. Nice job, Aiden Hill.
Eastern for game 2 here between the Stars and the Golden Knights. TNT has all the action.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Conference Final, we'll be with you on ESPN.
Hi, Ollie.
ESPN Plus for all the games of this series. Delby and Bluder, the face-off to the right of Aiden Hill.
That's why we just got to be able to appreciate, everything that we have, when we wake up. We were able to wake up for another day, Yeah, we just need, it's just all about time. It's like I had a video that I ended up watching, and they were talking about how badly certain people want to be rich and whatnot. You know what I mean? But it's like, oh, you can get $10 million, but you die tomorrow, or would you rather just have another day? To be able to live. So it's like, being able to have the money, but if you don't have time to spend the money and spend it with people that you care about, the money would be great. But then if your life is over after one day, you just have to be able to put things in perspective. Actually have appreciation for a lot of the stuff that we have by this instead of the stuff that we don't have. We forget about that sometimes. Dodgers 4-0. Uh-oh.
The rest of the Stars, as they ice the puck, and Heiskanen and Suter been on for this 40-second hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the games you know and need to know. Closer to all the games, all the time. Get closer to everything you love with the NHL app.
A little bit of an advantage here as the Dallas players have been on the ice. You mentioned the defense a minute 44.
2-2. I love playoff hockey. I almost feel like an idiot that I stepped away from how awesome this was, for 10 or 15 years of my life, like I did with NASCAR. But again, sometimes it's about who you can watch the events with and enjoy it rather than just sitting there watching it by yourself, unless you're just really dedicated. But like I can do that for like the Mariners. I don't have to have anyone with me to watch Mariners, and I can scream at the TV, talk to myself, punch the air, scream at the TV some more, and I can be fine. You know what I mean? And then message my buddy Justin, and we can send memes and GIFs about how the game is going, and whatnot. But it just feels good to be back. Every day is. It's like, yeah, you could end up having like $1 million, but you're only going to have it for a couple days, or would you just want more time? Every day is a gift. Absolutely. And I feel that these two teams are so evenly matched. They play like each other. The goalies are similar. Like everything is really similar with both of these teams. And Carolina and Florida, they match up really well too, based off their skill set and who they are. But obviously the Cinderella story is Florida. but the best teams are these two. But sometimes the hot team will beat the best team, as we've seen in sports and football before. It's not like we've never seen a wild card team go all the way. A team that went like 9-7 before we had that extra game added. Someone that's a wild card is barely getting in, 9-7, 10-6, and they just go all the way and just beat everyone in the playoffs. 11 minutes left in the third period. Yeah, I always like it when you guys are in the room too, when we get people that are like have similar interests. The streams are always good when we have certain people in them. And normally we'll end up having Mike and Reflect in the room at the same time, typically, which is, I don't know, coincidental or not. It's not like they talk to each other beforehand. Hey, I'm going to be in the room today. It's always nice to have you guys in here. Oh! Vegas 3, Dallas 2. Wow. Unbelievable. Very nice. Oh, my God. Are they going to review that? Look at that. He falls down. There's a little bit of a slight opening as Ottinger goes and as everyone slides into him. And then, boop. Are they going to go like interference? What do we think there? That might be interference. They took a goal away, from Florida. Obviously, based on an interference. I wonder if they'll do it here today too.
Go down, he collides with Ottinger, and Blueger throws it in the empty side. A fourth line goal for the Golden Knights, and a 3-2 lead.
Wow.
Teddy Blueger, tapped aside by Pittsburgh. The playoff. No challenge from Dallas. So Dallas scored 4 goals the entire regular season in 63 years. Dallas has to determine if this is in their mind, whether it's a good challenge or not. The reason you don't challenge is if you're unsure, now you're down 3-2 and you're short-handed. Obviously, Ottinger's impeded as Blueger shoots the puck into the empty net, but Colasar had fallen, slid into the net with help from the Dallas player, and because there was that help, the goal counts.
Teddy Blueger, assisted by Keegan Colasar and Zach Whitecloud. 3-2 Vegas. Vegas, the real deal at home. 107-105 Heat. Well, if Miami goes up 2-0, then they won the series. There's no way Boston's going to be able to come back because then the next 2 games are in Miami. And even if you split, you're down 3-1. And I'm not sure if Boston is good enough against Miami, if they get down 3-1, that they'll be able to win 3 games in a row when Heat only need to win 1. So if Miami ends up winning this, they might be able to win the series. And then we get what? Nuggets, Miami, if we ended up getting that. That's like the basketball series. It's just straight basketball. Jimmy Buckets and the Joker would actually get love, right? But obviously the NBA wants Boston, LA for LeBron, AD, Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and it's, based off the Magic Bird rivalry, more money, right? So, what's up, Preston? You were the top dog against Seattle, and I gave you, all the love and the respect. I think you guys have a good team, but you might have found your match on a team that's a little bit better. I know Dallas will win games at home, and Dallas still has a chance, to win the series, but this isn't the Kraken anymore. This is the best team left in the playoffs, based off pecking order. Vegas, Dallas, and Florida, Carolina below them. So, but you guys could still come back. It's not over. Right when we thought it was over, then you guys ended up scoring. So Hintz is awesome too. Now it's time for Joe. If you guys want to be able to get going, you already got Hintz going, right? You got Jason going, and I thought that was kind of odd. I was like, I don't know if he'll score this game, but if he gets involved, that gives him a better chance to win since he hasn't had a goal in the first round or second round. He had some assists, but man, this is a wild matchup, just like we have with Florida and Carolina. You know, it's like you guys were the better team against the Kraken. We just tried to hang with y'all. Now you guys are the underdog, you know, just like Carolina. Now you're not the favorite anymore. Now you got a team that you're looking up at that had the number one seed that you know you can compete. You know you can beat them, but you still got to show that you can do it, and you got to steal some on the road. There's the only way that you're going to be able to force this to go 7 games. You have to win 2 games on the road at some point, you know, and if you do that, then you might be able to, you know, go to the Stanley Cup and win it all. Because if you end up winning this series, you know, it probably will give you guys the confidence to go all the way unless Florida goes crazy and you lose to them. But, I mean, you got three serious Stanley Cup champion contenders in Dallas, Vegas, and Florida. Carolina is just like that one that's not as good. Yeah. Yeah, 111, 105, and that's obviously taking you know, those players for granted, right? Jimmy Butler 27, Adebayo 22, Strus 11, but the big thing was Martin with 25 off the bench, Robinson with 15. They got 40 points off their bench, and that's unacceptable if you're Boston. And the thing that worried me about Boston is their coach. Sometimes the lineups aren't that good. They got 34 for Tatum, right? Horford with 2, unacceptable at home. Right, Williams with 13, that's okay. Smart with 7, unacceptable. Jaylen Brown 16, 9 with Williams. Brogdon with 13, White with 11. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, unless they need to be able to take Horford out and keep Brogdon in, but they need to make a change. You know, and now with Miami up 2-0 in the series, the chances of Miami winning the series just went up like 90%. Because, like, again, if you know, Boston wins one of them in Miami, and then Miami wins game 4 and it's like 3-1. Let's say that, right? Boston, I'm not sure if it's good enough with this head coach to come back from 3-1. You know what I mean? Maybe 2-2, but the Boston is in jeopardy, and we could end up getting a Nuggets Heat final, which is probably exactly what the NBA doesn't want. That'll probably be the lowest ratings finals of all time, but at least we'll get to see Jimmy Butler and Joker go at it if that's what happens. You know, and I know LeBron and AD and all the Tatum and Jaylen Brown fans are really upset, but you have to go out there and get it. And honestly, Jimmy Butler has been playing better basketball overall, you know, besides maybe Tatum, you know, and he's definitely showing that he's the man. And the Joker is the best player in the world right now. So that's easy, hands down. Yeah, unbelievable, right? This was a must-win game for Boston. So that tells me that, you know, this might be the beginning of the end, you know. But the sad thing is I don't know if Miami can keep up with Denver. That might be Denver in 6. But at least if they get there, that would be huge. And they're an 8 seed, right? So huge. Chief in the building. Jimmy Buckets. He's fun to root for. How are you? God, you got to be excited. Shepard's not. Shepard's a Boston fan. He's not happy. Of course, because, you know, based off history, you know, if you go down, you know, 1-0 and you're in your building, the last thing that you want to do is go down 2-0 and then it goes to Miami for 2 games. Like, could you imagine if the Heat sweep the Celtics and all they have to do now is win 2 games at home with their crowd going crazy, drunk, rooting for them? Like, it's crazy to think, but Boston, you would think, would be good enough to at least stretch it to 5 games. So Miami 4, Boston 1. Or Miami 4, Boston 2. But this is absolutely looking past your opponent and thinking that you're going to be champion and beating Denver or LA. And LA's down 2-0, and they could come back to maybe make it 6 games, but they're fucked too. So, I mean, at this point, Boston and LA, not a good look. Playoff Jimmy is crazy. I mean, Tatum had 34, 13, and 8. But Jimmy Butler had 27, 8, and 6. But really the key for tonight's win, we saw what happened in game 1 with Jimmy taking over the game and Boston kind of playing on their heels. You got 42 points out of your bench. That never happens for the Heat. Martin with 25, Robinson with 15, and Zeller with 2. So if you get 42 points off your bench, you won. And that's exactly what happened. And then you ended up getting, let's see here, 33 out of 3 players from Boston. But they didn't have anyone that dominated like Martin did with 25. How often does Martin dominate? Never, right? Never. 11 for 16, 3 for 7 from deep. And that was the difference. If you ended up getting, 20 points, 5 less, you still win by a 1. So it shows you that Martin was the difference. $10 holla for my boy Chief Wood Chief. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $10 holla. You want some Jimmy Buckets, brother? Jimmy? You wanted Jimmy Buckets? I got you.
Just like me, Peter Davidson. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda? Co-host? We're on Breakfast with Peter. You're my co-host.
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's like you're really there, huh, son?
And that's when you already know when you have that mentality, kind of like a Kobe, where you're not afraid of anyone. And we know that, as if you look at when they have the ball in their hands, who feels more comfortable, in the game, Jimmy, Tatum, or Brown? And when you actually watch these teams play, I mean, it kind of feels like Jimmy's the best player right now. Like, Tatum might have bigger numbers from time to time, but just who seems more comfortable out there. And to me, it's Jimmy looks like the most comfortable person on the floor at all times. And that's why you're up 2-0. Way to surprise the hell out of the NBA fans, huh? But now the NBA is thinking, hell, we're not going to get any ratings for the finals. Heat, Nuggets, like who's going to watch that? Nuggets fans, Heat fans, and that's it. I don't know if outsiders are really, and then, Laker fans and Celtics fans are going to be bitter. So they're not going to watch. They'll be like, fuck that. I'm not rooting for the Heat. Fuck that. I'm not rooting for Denver. So you already got a whole 2 sets of fan bases that aren't going to watch the finals. So. Appreciate you, brother. 200. Let's get to 3. Your boys got rent and all kinds of bills to pay. Thank you, man. And I think with Jimmy, he's likable. You know what I mean? If you actually know his story, being homeless and, having to really earn his way. And we saw the potential when he was on the Bulls and then every team he was on after that, right? But then this one feels right. And then the Sixers are probably thinking, we fucked up letting him go. They should have probably kept him there. That was the best thing that the Philadelphia had. I know you got Embiid and whatnot, but obviously we saw Embiid as the first, MVP to have his numbers go down by like 10 points per game, after getting MVP. The Joker should have got MVP again. And I know you can't give an MVP to Giannis or Joker over and over and over, but it's very clear. Embiid had a good regular season, but he was not the MVP this year. I mean, there's definitely 3 guys that could have gotten it, Giannis, Embiid, or Joker. But, I just think that we're taking the Joker for granted. He's kind of like a Tim Duncan, kind of boring, not really flashy. But if you look at all those triple doubles and what he does, it's very, very clear he is the best player on the planet. At least right now, until Giannis gets healthy and other guys, Luka, Embiid, you got all these other players. It's not like LeBron and KD are at the top anymore. Heat Lakers rematch, yeah.
Trailer.
3-2 Vegas with 5 minutes to go. I think they're going to get the win. That's why sports is so great. Sometimes you get surprised. And that's a great thing about Miami, is being able to surprise, and maybe even the Nuggets, people not believing in them, that, they were the number 1 seed all year, but everyone likes the popular choice, Celtics, Lakers, LeBron, AD, and they do have a good role players and they made good moves at the trade deadline. But, I think we fail to really recognize how great the Joker is just because he's not flashy like Kevin Durant, or like a Kevin Garnett. He's just kind of, methodical in what he does. He's just great at everything, but not flashy necessarily. Great passer too. Another thing that the Joker doesn't get enough credit for. I love big guys that can pass. And he kind of gives me Larry Bird flashes at times. He's not going to be as good as Bird ever passing, but at times he shows me a little flash of Bird, and it's cool to see. 3-2 Vegas in the third period. Let's go. Dallas running out of time. Yeah. And if the Nuggets make it, they're probably going all the way. You can already tell, the Nuggets being the 1 seed and with the Joker and him being in his prime, in the next 5 years, if it's not this year, there should be a Denver Nugget championship. Of course, if they keep adding to Jamal Murray and Gordon and Michael Porter Jr., I would like to see they have Jamal Murray, Joker, and one other superstar there, but they're good enough with what they have now to win it all. And there's a good chance that if Denver wins it all this year, that maybe they get back to the finals in the next 4 or 5 years after, and maybe they win, maybe they lose. But, the Joker is good enough to be in the Hall of Fame, and he's definitely good enough to win a ring, or at least get to a finals, 1 or 2, maybe win 1, lose 1, before his career is all said and done. And if he's really lucky and Denver ends up being the powerhouse, maybe Denver wins a couple. They go to 3, they win 2, they lose 1 before his career is over. So you never know. It just depends on, we have to see what, he does. And if he starts going off for 30, 40, 50-point games and then also giving you 15 or 20 rebounds and 10 or 15 assists, who's going to stop that? Honestly, there's no one that's in the league right now out of all the teams left that matches up with him one-on-one. There's nobody on the Heat that can match up. Bam could try for a little bit, but let's be honest, right? And with the Celtics, you can rotate a couple guys, with Horford and Williams, but they can't hang with him. So that's facts. He does look slow, but when they run an up-tempo offense, and also another reason why Denver has a great chance, they are a defensive rebounding team, and they're the only one in the league that's like that. That's defense rebounding first, offense second. And it's kind of like an NFL team, like the 2000 Ravens, 2002 Bucks, 85 Bears, defense first. And or even if we go for NBA, the Pistons from 04 or from the late 80s, 89, 90. The Pistons were kind of defensive first, rebounding, and then obviously when they had Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, right, Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, that was the last team that was defense rebounding first, and they were able to beat the Lakers, right? And obviously if it was anybody but that Pistons team, Lakers win automatically with Kobe, period. But they just ran into, that particular matchup. So, yeah, Joker deserves it. Joker deserves to win a ring at some point. He's too good, and like I said, it's like Tim Duncan. We might have not been a fan of him per se. It's like Kevin Garnett was funner to watch because it was more street ball, and bank shots aren't sexy. But when you start putting up triple doubles on the regular like LeBron, and we start taking it for granted, it's kind of wild, right? I've never seen a superstar get taken for granted more than him, by far. Big win for the Heat. And again, they match up really well. And so I thought the game could go 6 or 7. Hell, it might end up being over in 4 or 5, the way that the Heat are playing. Nothing on the Cash App besides the stuff that we already got, but we might be able to get some more before the stream is up. I was thinking, I got my bootleg Nintendo that's got 500 games linked up into this room, but I wouldn't be able to show me playing unless I went live on Instagram Live, and then I put my phone up to the TV, and then we could actually, I could be here playing, and then you could go on, open up Instagram, and then you could watch what I'm playing. But I got Turtles 1, 2, 3. I got Contra, Super Contra, Excite Bike. So there'll be some, maybe not tonight, but there definitely will be times where, maybe I'll get down on some Nintendo and we can just kind of hang out and chill. We can just kind of have one of those laid back streams that we had where, I drink beer, we talk NFL, except, I eat gummies and the Rollies and play Nintendo. And some of the games are Japanese versions too. But I would like to plug in my regular Nintendo, but I don't have the right plug-in here because I have Bases Loaded, 1, 2, 3, Tecmo Bowl, Super Tecmo Bowl, which isn't on that bootleg thing. Obviously there's Blades of Steel. Like, so it doesn't have some of the main ones that I would want to play, but it definitely has others that are worth trying out. I mean, obviously I can play and you can hear the sound effects, but it's not like on Twitch where you can see me in the corner and then you have the video game as the background. Maybe one day we'll figure something out. But I was just trying to think to myself, like, what's the quickest way that I would be able to do that? I would just go live on Instagram and then I'd prop my phone up with one of my card holders that usually holds my cards up. And then I just stick my phone in that, prop it up towards the screen, and then you would be able to see me playing whatever I'm playing. So. But that would just be another thing to do. Oh, Dallas. God, they're fucking feisty. Wow, with 1:59 to go. Dallas is a fighter. Okay, Stars. And that's why I was like, maybe this will go 7. These guys are very even. And Dallas has a lot of fight in them, just like Vegas. And if Dallas ends up winning this game 1, it might set the tone and have them win the whole series. As the underdog, just like with Florida beating Carolina, there. Oh my God, look at how it slips out. Oh, how lucky did they get? Jamie Benn. Are you fucking shitting me? Get the fuck out of here. Playoff hockey is great. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do 4 overtime game, 6-hour stream like last night. Is that what we're doing? Wow. Just when you think it's over and Dallas gave they gave all they had and they just fell a little short. Nope. They're like, we are the real deal, and they're showing it. And honestly, when I look at the teams, I think I like Dallas's, players scoring goals more. I like Joe. Jason has potential. Then you got Jamie Benn right there. Then you got Mason. Then you got Wyatt. And then you got Hintz. It's just, I think that, and then obviously I like Ottinger better than Aiden Hill. You know what I mean? But I just, we have to respect, Vegas for being as great as they are at home and as the 1 seed. So. But Dallas is playing like they are the 1 seed. That's the difference. Carolina isn't playing like they're a top seed. Obviously Florida's happy to be there, but they are hot. The hottest team in hockey by far. Boston, Toronto, no problem. Carolina, I got you. But this might be the real Stanley Cup right here. Unbelievable comeback for Dallas. Unbelievable. But that's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to have some amazing, game 7s for both. But I imagine that Florida will probably be in 6 now since they won that game 1 in a very emotional fashion. If Carolina would have won that 4 overtime game, then I would say the series is going 7. But since they, ended up losing, I'm thinking that it'll be Florida probably in 5 or 6. And then this one, I hope, goes 7 games. Yeah, but the thing is, if Miami is up 3-1, how likely is Boston going to win 3 games when Miami only has to win 1 and they've already won the first 2 in Boston? Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, and they don't have the same coach. The coach is the weakest link for Boston. $40 to go. And I even said that at the beginning. That was my only concern about the coaching, taking out players at the right time, and understanding momentum, and I felt that everything on Boston is amazing besides their head coach, which I don't really like. He's made some questionable moves. All right, we're knotted up at 3. Dallas ended up getting a goal just within the last few seconds. Unbelievable. Jamie Benn ties it up at the 18:01 mark, assisted by Joe Pavlovsky and Hintz always getting involved. Like, I think player for player, Dallas has better goal scorers, and I like their goalie slightly better. But again, Vegas has got some guys of their own too. Captain Jack, they got him. They got a few. And Aiden Hill ain't that bad as well. Gosh, we're going to OT. What are the chances of the East and the West final both going into OT? Very likely, because that's what we're getting. The sports gods are like, okay, if he's choosing hockey over basketball, we better make this good. And goddamn, they delivered, huh? Overtime in the first game for both? That's like unheard of. Wow. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. I love it. Yep. He's correct. Yeah. If once you start going prevent and you just start being kind of passive and not being aggressive, that just plays into Dallas's hands. You know, Dallas is always going to think that they're going to win. We saw that Kraken series and how they played. And again, whoever wins this series could end up being the Stanley Cup champion. It's very possible. Because if Dallas can get past Vegas, do you think in their head that they can't beat Carolina or Florida, which would be Florida? Yeah, you'll have to, fight that momentum. And you already know that they're going to be scrappy. But I imagine if the Stars fans, if they get past this, then they're thinking we're going all the way. We're going to win the Stanley Cup first time since 1999. So Florida always will be the underdog no matter what. And they're hot. And it would be amazing to see them pull off the unthinkable, to beat the top dogs like Dallas and Vegas. But anything is possible in sports, right?
Give the leadership of the Dallas Stars some credit. They stayed composed even after that goal. Questionable. I mean, I know there was a lot of contact.
For Cindy says hi. Go Chase. $20 dono. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Appreciate you letting me continue to do my dream so that way I can pay the bills and keep trying to be a positive influence to y'all. Appreciate you. Mike with a 20, baby. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Let's go, baby. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. For Cindy. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Like I said, we had some really dark days, me and Sarah, in January, February, March, where I didn't know what was going to entail, if I was going to have to get a second or third job or, what I was going to have to do. But this is the thing that, obviously if I sacrifice a Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth like 20 to 30,000 now, for my dream, obviously if I didn't have a dream, obviously I'd still have the card and, I'd probably save it until, Jordan passes away and then it'll be worth about 100,000. And then that's like a house, a down payment or, some kind of Lambo, even though I wouldn't go that route. So thank you so much, man. I appreciate you very, very much. And just like the thumb, fire game one. I had to make sure I tried to find some good action shots with both. Woo! With the T-Mobile Arena in the background. That's what I need to do. I need to start promoting myself as like a thumbnail maker. And then if I can get a couple of these smaller sports channels or other channels that need help, and get the word out and I wouldn't be, charging, like $30, $35 like I was charged. I would make it more affordable. I'd probably do it for like 15 or 20, to try to help people out. Not everyone's got a lot of money. I feel my work is worth, 20, 25, 30, $35. But, anytime you can help someone out, so maybe we'll have to go down that route. But that one turned out really good. Let's go, baby. 3-3. Let's go over the stats here real quick, and I'll go over the photos. All right, so shots on goal. Surprisingly, Dallas caught up. 36-36. Big rally in the second and third period. They didn't get anything in the second, but you felt it coming. And then obviously went off in the third period. Both teams got 2 goals apiece. Vegas 28, Dallas 17. But at one point, it was like 20-5. And they've gotten 12 big hits in that last period. That was awesome. So that definitely got them more aggressive, 28-17. And then faceoffs won, Vegas 34, Dallas 25, which is a little surprising because Dallas usually wins the faceoffs no matter who they play. But obviously Vegas at home, you would assume that they would. And then penalty minutes, Vegas 4, Dallas 2. Not a whole lot of power plays today. What a game. Just like when I thought that 4 OT, almost 5 OT game last night was insane. This one, who knows how long it'll go. And then Jamie Benn is the hero. Got the goal with 18:01 left with a minute 59 to go. Assisted by Joe Pavlovsky and Rupe Hintz. 3-3. Amazing. And Jason scored too, which I said that could be a factor in the series. Didn't score in the first round. Didn't score in the second round. Got some assists. And you could feel it was coming, like he was getting more comfortable. And then finally, he was the one that got the first goal, 1844, assisted by Hintz. And that's really, if Dallas wins the series, it's probably going to be because of Hintz. He is so active. And like I said, we already know Joe is so deadly, but who's been so consistent every game in the playoffs, first round, second round, now in the fight? It's Hintz. He is so money. He's always involved in the assists. He's going to get you goals. They have a really good 1-2-3 punch with Joe, right? And then with Hintz, and then with Jason. And then if Jason is off, no problem. We'll just plug in Wyatt, right? Or Mason. This team is fucking dangerous. They're fun to watch. Ottinger, and I like him too. And then if he gets beat up, then they got Wedgwood, who is not on the same level as Jake Ottinger. He's got the swag, but Hintz, amazing player. And Jamie Benn, good awareness there at the very end. Unbelievable. Before the game started, that was me. And then here we go, OT again. When I went to the dispensary too, I was like, hey, it might be OT again. We all laughed. I didn't really think it was going to happen here again, but fuck it, OT, I love it. Very nice. Let's go.
That's a team, though. That's a team. They work for each other. You support each other. They never get rattled.
Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, Mike. Thank you so much. 220. Let's get to 3. 80 to go. Megan in the building. How are you? Vampire in the building. How are you? Hey, like you already knew, like I said, you were the favorite against the Kraken. It felt good being the favorite because you knew probably you would come out on top, even if it went 6 or 7. But now you're in the Kraken role. You're looking up at the team that might be better. But, even though you're on the road, you guys are acting like you're the number one team, like both of you guys are. Florida obviously is clearly better than Carolina. So we have 3 teams that can win the Stanley Cup and one that has no chance, in my opinion, with Carolina. So they're not going to even make it to the Stanley Cup. But, Vegas sometimes doesn't do it as flashy as Dallas, but they get it done. I'm very interested to see how this goes. And I really hope, if we're not going to get Carolina, Florida in 7 games, if it ends up being in 5 or 6, right? I hope this one goes 7. This one needs to go 7 for us fans. This is awesome. And again, you're going to get more goals in this matchup compared to the other one. The other one is going to be more 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. I feel this matchup with Dallas and Vegas, you'll get the 4-3s, the 5-4s, the 6-4s. Scoring will be a little bit higher because they have a little bit more, deadly weapons, I feel, on the offense on both of these squads. And it's not like both of these squads have shitty goalies. They don't. Aiden Hill isn't shitty. He's going to have his moments. Right. And obviously Ottinger isn't shitty either. He's going to have his moments as well, but let's go, baby. And then last night, golly, out of all the people that are left, is Sergei playing the best? Bobrovsky? Golly. He had so many shots, like 60, so even to give up a couple goals, who cares? And a lot of them were like dead on, where if he wasn't a good goalie, they would have lost to Carolina by like 5. Easy. And we got to give a little shout out to Frederick Anderson too for the Hurricanes. I was pretty impressed with him. He did great, just not as good as Florida, but he's solid too. I love goalies. Goalies are going to be my number one no matter what. So. Oh God, I don't know if it's going to be double or triple. And it felt like it was going to go to 5 OTs last night. So. William Karlsson with 2 goals. Will he be able to be the hero? For a hat trick, maybe. That's what it's about, baby. Vegas, Dallas, Golden Knights, Stars. Florida's like, what about me, though? That's like the wild card. It's like everyone knows you're not as good as Dallas or Vegas. They know it, right? But you are the hottest team in hockey. Will the luck run out, in the Stanley Cup? It's very possible because obviously these teams look very strong with Dallas and Vegas. But I wouldn't count out Florida winning it all. I know it would be very tough. And if Florida were to win it all, they would probably have to go 6 or 7 games, depending on who you're playing. And they'd have to get a little bit of luck. And Florida would probably have to win the first 2 games on the road. And if they were able to do that, then it would be kind of an eye-opener or even splitting. So. Oh, good. I'm glad. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, shout out to all the goats in the room for really, stepping up, like Megan and Mike and Reflect and Sarah. Like I said, Bills have been, tough. And like I said, it's been really rough, but obviously with, you got to get rent paid at the very, very least, got to just get the bare necessities. So I appreciate you guys. Man, playoff hockey, huh? There's a reason why I ended up doing playoff hockey over playoff NBA. I know playoff NBA is more popular, but sometimes what's more popular isn't what is most exciting. Besides Miami being up 2-0 on Boston, I'll give you that. And then the Nuggets being up, 2-0 on the Lakers. But, yeah, this has been fun. And I still end up watching it on the side. So just wish the Mariners could have won today. All right, we're going to OT. Yeah, it's always good to have that person to talk to or hang out. It's like when I hang out with, Paisley. Like, I don't even really, hang out or see any of my friends. But as long as, my pup is with me, we can go for a walk. We can snug. We can watch a TV show together. I can just watch how she interacts. I watch her play. They're just, pups have so much personality that, just me hanging out with her, I can be preoccupied for hours on end. Like, I'm content. I don't need, anybody else. I could just be me and her and we could be good. So. Uh-oh, you need surgery possibly? Uh-oh. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, but big win for Jimmy Buckets. I don't think anybody predicted that they would be up 2-0. Like most people probably thought Celtics would be up 2-0 or it would be 1-1 at the very, very least, but not, like I said, in the underdogs, it's kind of been the year of the underdog. Miami Heat is kind of like the Florida Panthers. It's like you don't really expect them to do what they're doing, but they continue to stay hot. And it's not like they have garbage players. It's just that the other teams have been better in the regular season, and you just assume that they are going to continue to being better. But sometimes the top dog overlooks an opponent or they play like shit, and then the lower seed is locked in. And that's what we're getting right now, not only on the NBA side, but the NHL side on the playoffs. And we're getting a little bit of it on the baseball side too. When's the last time the Orioles and the Pittsburgh Pirates were good together? The 80s, the 90s? It's wild. It's a great time to be alive right now.
Let's get some singles in the other bag.
I'll show you a little Kraken love. We had another Kraken fan come in here earlier. Can't wait till next year. Go Kraken. That's for you, Megan.
Introducing Domino's new loaded tax, crispy golden. And because we're a pizza company, we loaded them with pizza toppings.
Well, I hope things get better. There he is.
With your favorite pizza from Domino's.
Yeah, but I've thoroughly entertained. I've had more fun watching playoff hockey in 2 weeks than I've watched NBA in the last 10 years. Like, no lie. Like, it definitely brought me back to when I used to watch it and when I used to really follow NASCAR on a regular basis when Dale Earnhardt was still alive. So even though I've, stepped away from NASCAR and hockey for 10, 15 years, golly, it feels good to be back because I need something to replace the NBA. And at least I have that. And I got baseball with Mariners and Dodgers and whatnot. And I got wrestling too, AEW and WWE. Just still waiting on football to come back for college football and NFL. But at least I have these now to kind of hold me over. All right, man. Thank you so much. Bless your heart for being so supportive of me and the channel. Being able to show up, hang out, be a positive influence, being able to educate some people, and also, being able to spend time with each other and also showing love, with the donations too. You don't have to do that, but you do enjoy hanging out with me and Sarah and the crew, and it means a lot. I appreciate you very much, and I love you, appreciate you, and maybe I'll end up doing NASCAR on Sunday night. Like I said, I plan on doing more than likely hockey tomorrow, hockey on Sunday at noon. And then at 5, maybe I'll do the NASCAR race because it lines up. I was thinking about maybe doing the Dodgers, Cardinals, or Mariners, or Braves. But, if we got playoff hockey still going on, what's more important? Regular season baseball, right? Regular season, even if it's a good matchup for me with Braves and Mariners, that's one of the best I could ask for. or playoff hockey. So probably we'll do playoff hockey the next 2 days, and then maybe we'll get an additional stream at night for that NASCAR. And I have been itching to do NASCAR. The turnout just hasn't been as good as I like. So that's why I had to kind of monitor what I do for NBA and for NASCAR. Because if I'm going to do those and we're not going to get the turnout when I could have done baseball or hockey and got the turnout, then, time is money, right? You don't want to stream for 4 or 5 hours and, have barely anybody there and not even be close to a goal, right? So, all right, we're in OT now. John in the building. How are you? Well, I'm pretty good with predictions. This is Vegas's game to lose. Dallas has the momentum, but Vegas is at home. So again, just like Florida did, we already knew they were the better team against Carolina, even though they're on the road. They can win easily. Like we saw what they did to Boston, right? I don't want that ad. Jesus Christ. Volume like 4,000. But, like you've seen what they did with Boston. You saw them going in Toronto and win those 2 games in their building in Toronto. And when Florida went up 2-0, the series was over. So I think with this, if Dallas wins, right, it gives them a leg up, not only in this, but the series overall, just like Florida. If you're Vegas, you don't want to lose this game at home. You need to make sure you're protecting home ice because these teams are very close. And I still think Carolina and Florida are close, but I give Florida the edge. Overall, not even, based off just a win last night, but I just thought they were the better team overall. Their goalie's a machine. Yeah, this one honestly could go either way. I would not be shocked. Vegas ends up getting, kind of a cheap one. Like if it's Dallas, like it could be off a power play. And like I said, I feel like the goal scorers, for Dallas are a little bit more skilled. Based off like skating and passing and just being able to come up big on clutch moments. They have more clutch players, in my opinion. But again, when you have Captain Jack, anything is possible, right? William Karlsson's been pretty good today, too. Oh, that could have been game over. Oh, there it is. And Vegas wins. Wow, that might have saved the series for them. Wow. And there it is. Vegas is scrappy, just like Florida. Dallas has the players. Dallas has Ottinger. He just got into an awkward position there, and wow, there it is. I guess we're not going to 2 OTs, 3 OTs, 4 OTs. There we go. Congratulations, Vegas. But I guarantee if Vegas would have lost that game, a little bit of doubt would have crept in their head, and it would have given Dallas more of an advantage. Because Vegas could win game 2 at home. Maybe Dallas wins 2 at home. And then all of a sudden Dallas is up 3-1 if they would have won this game. And then Vegas is fucked. So huge, that's huge right there. Big win for Vegas. And off the rebounds, we already know how good both teams are off a rebound. Look at this right here. He got twisted around, right? He's not really aware of what's going on, right? And then he falls down. Yeah, he got turned around. That's not necessarily on Ottinger. I can't believe he got turned around like that. Fucking A. What a game. Game one, both OT. You couldn't ask for a better scenario. You ain't getting that in the NBA. You got Nuggets 2-0, Miami Heat 2-0. Brett Howden, assisted by Mark Stone and Chandler Stevenson. Wow, Brett. Momentum was definitely in Dallas's favor, so they fought that. That was really amazing to watch. Wow. Brett, nice job. But you just got Ottinger twisted around. That could have been Aiden Hill. God, hockey has been so fucking exciting this year. Yeah, I'm not watching the Sparks. No thanks. Mercury and Sparks, not happening. Not today. Sorry. There's got to be some baseball game on or something that I can flip to. Is there anything on tonight? Is everything over with? There's like nothing on. Maybe everything's done already. I'm going to go on MLB tonight at least. Oh, SmackDown. I can do that. I know Rampage was on early, at an early time. SmackDown. I guess that's what's happening. The SmackDown. Ooh, what a win for Vegas. Amazing, man. Lots of fun to watch, I'll tell you. Nice job by William Karlsson, too. All right, no problem. All right, so let's take a quick look at the schedule. Let me take a quick peek here. All right, so tomorrow, Mariners, Braves at 4:15, as well as the Cardinals and the Dodgers. Dodgers, Cardinals are at the same time. So that's an option that we could do, right? That's an option. Nuggets and Lakers at 5:30 on Saturday. Celtics and Heat at 5:30 on Sunday. We'll watch those, but we probably won't do that as the primary. And then as far as NHL, tomorrow we got Panthers and Hurricanes at 5 p.m. So we're going to do that one. We're definitely going to do that one tomorrow. So we'll be here tomorrow at 5 p.m., 4:45, 4:30, 4:45. I'll log in and we'll watch that. And then on Sunday, and I'll also watch the Dodgers and the Mariners and their matchups while we do the Panthers and Hurricanes, because I think that would be smarter to do that than necessarily doing Mariners and the Braves, even though I'll watch that at the same time. And then Sunday, Stars and Golden Knights play at noon on Sunday. And then we have NASCAR at 5 o'clock later. So that's probably what we'll do. We'll probably, we'll either do one event and one event, or maybe we'll do 2 and 2, but we'll probably just do 1 and 2. I mean, if I'm already watching that NASCAR race anyways, might as well. Just hopefully we get a good turnout. Otherwise, we'll just do the hockey, and then me and Sarah will talk, and then we'll decide if it's worth it to do it, or that we'll just take the rest of the day off and, I'll hang out with my pup and whatnot. Head of the table, Roman Reigns. Did you watch SmackDown, Sarah, at all? Did you watch Rampage at all or SmackDown? I didn't get a chance to watch either one yet. So he said, let's go Vegas. They are the best team. So, but Dallas is playing them like, 1A, 1B. That's facts. So what should we do here, Sarah? Should we just call it a day, and then we'll just get back at it tomorrow? I mean, whatever we're thinking. I mean, it's 8:38, so I mean, Mike in the building. What to do? Awesome game, man. And like I said, we know Florida is the hottest team. Vegas is the best team. Dallas is right behind them. And you got to be able to protect home ice, because I think if Dallas would have won that, it would have given them momentum. And maybe at that point, if Dallas won that game, maybe Dallas wins in 7. But now with Vegas, winning game 1 like they should have, protecting home ice, maybe we get Vegas in 6, or I'm hoping Vegas in 7. So I want both series to go 7, but emotionally, 4 overtime loss for Carolina, I don't think they're going to be able to force game 7. They're up here, they're already mentally flustered. So hopefully they don't get swept or it ends in 5. Hopefully we get at least 6. So. All right, we can do that. What do we want to do here for the last, few minutes and whatnot? It's 3 hours and 23 minutes in, so we can go closer to the 4-hour mark or right under that, 3:45 or whatever. What do we want to do? Do we want to do food? What do we want to do? I'm cool with whatever we do. And usually after streams, we'll find something that we can connect to. and it could be wrestling, photos of that, cars, movies. We can end up doing NFL, baseball, more hockey, veteran players if we want to go past or present, or sometimes we'll do food and whatnot. So you let me know where you want to go, and we can do photos for the people that donated. And then obviously we've wrapped a lot of that up. Mike left. Otherwise I would have got him a few more. But if you want to start it off, let me know what you want to do, and we'll go from there. Nice for us to be able to get that kind of support, though. We had a really rough few months, so it's just nice that May is turning out to be better. All right, what do we want to do for food? Mexican? Breakfast food? What do we want to do? And let me go over some of the photos here that we had prepped for the game one last time, and then we'll get into the matchup. And for a second there, it seemed like Dallas was going to steal that one. They definitely had the momentum. Nice to see Jamie Benn do his thing. Jason, really good to see him get a goal, even though it didn't help him win. But they're going to need him if they want to get this to 7 games. Not a whole lot from Mason and Wyatt, but you'll get more. Dallas has still got their eyes on the prize. They're not intimidated. They think they're right there with Vegas, and honestly, they are. Captain Jack, he's loving it. And William Karlsson, MVP. Obviously, if they didn't get the 2 goals from him, they're not winning this game. Facts. And nice with Brett Howden with the game winner. I mean, anytime a goalie gets turned around, I mean, what do you expect? That could have happened to Aiden Hill or Ottinger. Can't get really too mad. Oh, wow. 5-0 final? Yeah, they must have been. Well, you guys kicked our ass yesterday. All right, we're doing food. What are we doing? Mexican food? Just any type of food? Let me get some of these pictures eliminated. They got Roman Reigns and Heyman out there for SmackDown. Young crowd, you suck, you suck. All right, we're going to do some food, huh? Yeah, very nice. Oh, shit. The Taco Tower. Oh, shit. We got Kevin Owens coming out. Yeah. Love me some KO. Da-na-na-na. 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 He's a throwback wrestler. Kevin Owens could have wrestled in any era. It's actually the one of the bright sides of WWE, having someone like him. Could you imagine him in AEW? Oh, my God. That would be insane. Like if he was part of Blackpool Combat Club. Oh, shit. I got Sami Zayn coming out. That looks amazing. Oh, baby. Doesn't it? See, like I said, I try to keep it just honest and real. I'm not going to bash something that isn't like really awesome. If WWE was shitty during COVID, we're going to talk about how shitty it is. If NBA was garbage, we got to talk about it. So, oh, yeah. Yeah. Those are bomb. Those Oreo Thin Mints. My God, those are good. I don't have Oreos that often, but damn, those are tasty. Oh yeah. I mean, wrestling is, wrestling is great. Football is great. Baseball is great to me. I like NASCAR a lot. It's great. NHL is fantastic. It's like, it's just one sport. I just wish that I could get over it, but you live and you learn, right? I mean, you can't force me to like the NBA or anyone else, right? If it's not good, it's not good. Unless you're a fan of one of the 4 teams that's left.
This was my plan all along. I was going to bring you out here. Because there's really only 2 things to do. And I think we can accomplish both right now. Columbia already did it. Now it's your turn to acknowledge your tribal chief. And when you're done with that, you can drop off my titles and you can see yourself out.
We got KO and Sami Zayn and Roman on SmackDown. SmackDown.
Figures that.
Right. See, I'm telling you, it's not, I don't know. I feed off the passion and the energy. And I feel sometimes, people, just kind of give it a free pass. It is what it is. But again, if you're the one that's spending that time, 2 or 3 hours out of your day, out of your life, watching something that you really don't enjoy. I mean, that doesn't sound healthy, especially when there's a lot of things out there that could be better. Right. Plus, all the underdogs are doing so well. It just,
But I only have one regret. And that one regret is wasting my life on you. That's funny, Roman, because I have one regret too. And that's not blasting you with that chair sooner. It's been a long time coming, this, hasn't it? We haven't been in the ring together since what? Montreal? Elimination Chamber, you remember that, right? And I thought for months, I thought I would never get this opportunity to stand here, look you in the eye, and tell you everything I wanted to say. I've been dreaming about it for months. And now your greed has finally led us to this moment. And now that you're finally standing here, man, I got nothing to say to you. Except this. Your whole life, everyone told you were the best. Your whole life, you got everything you wanted. And now you want the undisputed tag team championships. But look at me. And Night of Champions, you are not going to get them. And do you want to know why?
Yeah.
You're not going to win the undisputed tag team championships?
I mean, if it was better, of course I would do it. I do everything. And even when I feel like the event, there's something else, sometimes I'll cave and I'll try to do, the NASCAR. I'll try to do the NBA event. But again, we can only do those things so often if we're not getting a good return, where it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And we usually watch 2 or 3 things at once anyways. So it doesn't really matter if we make it the primary or not. We're still watching. Except maybe just not watching with such intent like normally, if it's something that's good like hockey, right?
That's how you feel, huh? That's the one feeling you have about your truck. I took it easy on you.
With some burgers. Usos just came out, jumped him from behind. What's new? Bloodline shit, right? Wayne Willie in the building. How are you? You're a Stars fan? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing all the hockey matchups. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, they started off and set the tone, obviously, you know, early on, you know, with Jason scoring. So that was good, right? I mean, as a Dallas fan, he hasn't had any goals in the first 2 rounds. So that was good to see, you know, to get it going. But then right after that happened, then Carlson had one, then Carlson had another one, and then Vegas had the momentum. Hintz has been amazing for you guys. He's such an awesome player. And then you got Bluger, and then there at the end with Jamie Benn, you know, to be able to help you get it to OT. Otherwise, you would have lost, you know, if it wasn't for that last-ditch effort in the last couple minutes. And the momentum just kind of ran out. And then, you know, you'll probably get some better performance out of Mason and from Wyatt. But I love me some Ottinger. And if you actually look at their players, you know, you could say that maybe Ottinger might be one of the better ones that's left. And then Hintz, and then Robertson and Big Joe, you know, that's a great trio. Like, you know, if you actually look at those guys, you know, Dallas's players and their goalie might be more intimidating than what Vegas has on their side. They're, you know, you got Captain Jack and a few others, but I feel like the Dallas players to me are better, you know, but sometimes it's the right place at the right time. Ottinger got turned around and, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, like I told you last year, you weren't good enough. You know, the Warriors were better. They were going to, you know, you were going to win a couple, but the Warriors were the better team. This year, you know, it seemed like it was going to be the Celtics or the Bucks, right? That's what it felt like at the very beginning of the year, at the beginning of the playoffs. Then Giannis got hurt. Then he came back and missed those free throws. Yeah, you know, ended up, you know, getting the Sixers out of the way, you know, but now you looked ahead and you didn't think that Miami had a shot. And, you know, I think a couple things right now, you know, Denver, the Joker is the best player in the world right now. The Lakers still could force, you know, 6 games if they end up winning in a blowout in game 3. If they can win 2 games at home and make it 2-2, then maybe that will go 6 or 7. But with Boston, you know, with must-win games at home and then dropping them, you know, to Jimmy Buckets, you know, even if they win game 3, you know, in, you know, Miami, Boston, right, and then Heat win game 4. If Boston goes down 3-1, they're not coming back at this time around. And like the only weak spot, Ryan, for the team is the coach. Everything else is great besides the coach and his decision-making. So it's tough, man. I don't know if anyone really thought that would happen, you know, to the Lakers or to the Boston Celtics, you know, at this point. But again, you have a big decision to make if you want to max out and pay Jaylen Brown and Tatum or split it up. But I do still think the Celtics are going to win a championship at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to be this year, which it looked like it could be the year. Giannis, bye-bye. Sixers, out of the way. All right, you don't have to worry about KD or the Suns or, you know, any of these other teams out there, but Denver has been the best team all year in the West, and maybe it's Denver's time, you know. Well, the big thing is, I'm not sure if Miami wanted it more. Your guys' defense was shitty, and then you guys ended up giving up 42 points off the bench. You know, if you guys didn't give up 42 points off the bench to a guy that never scores points, that's really what made you guys lose. You know, you had Williams, Brogdon, and White with 33, you know, right? But you ended up giving up 25 to Martin. You know, if you give up 25 to Martin, you deserve to lose. You know, 15 for Robinson, 2 for Zeller. But for a guy off the bench to give him 11 for 16, 25 points, 42 off the bench, that's the reason why you lost. If you would have been able to hold that down, you easily would have won. You know, you hold Martin to 15, boom, you win. But, you know, he ended up going off. So for the Dallas, right. So, you know, you can still lose game 1 and then come back and win in 7. So Elliot in the building, what to do? Yeah. But like I said, Miami Heat and Boston, obviously, I think people were overlooking Miami. If you watched during the regular season, Miami matched up well to not only the Sixers, but Boston. But since they're an 8 seed, we just figured Boston is just going to run away with it and they'll win in 6. Boston will win 4, Miami will win 2. And you don't expect Miami to win the first 2 in Boston. At the very least, it has to be 1-1 for you to have a shot. But now you're down 2-0. And I don't think it's going to be a sweep. But it's not looking good. Realistically, it looks like maybe Miami wins the series now 4-2, unfortunately for Celtics fans and like yourself. So, but I wouldn't count out the Dallas Stars at all yet, or Carolina. I mean, both teams could still force 6 or 7 games. That is big facts, but it's been entertaining. That's facts. What's up, Elliot? We were going to end the stream here in a little bit, but, I'm not. You know why you guys fell? Because you brought in someone who's a selfish player, a me player, and Kyrie Irving. Luka didn't want that. Luka, it's his team. And then you had Kyrie going in there acting like it's my team. And the chemistry was already fucked. Kyrie is a Hall of Fame player. He's great at dribbling, but like him and Kevin Durant are not good enough alone to come into a team to take you to a championship. And that is why, in my opinion. Yeah, but still there's a possibility that all of these series could still go 7. You know what I mean? It is possible. Lakers could end up coming back. They're down 2-0. They go to LA, get all the calls in LA in game 3, win by 20. And then game 4, maybe a little bit closer, and they win by 4, but they tie it up. I mean, that could happen. And Boston could go into Miami and do the unthinkable. Go in there and win 2. Could it happen? Yeah. Is it going to happen? We don't know, but maybe Boston can do what Miami did to them. It's not likely, but it's possible, right? That's facts. I'm excited. I hope it all goes long, Yeah. But don't worry. Like I said, if you lose this year, there's always next year and the year after. Boston is always going to be a contender in the East. They're going to be a 1, 2, or 3 with the Sixers or the Bucks. So it's like, yeah, you might not win it this year, but it's coming. You just got to give it time, Yes, that was a big fuck up, getting rid of Brunson. I agree. And now you've seen he's a star now on the Knicks, so definitely should have not given him up. They definitely took his abilities for granted. 100%, Willie. Wayne Willie, you got it. That was 100% right.
What's the recipe for Friday night's 2 tastiest snacks? Pretty Deadly. Well, you're in luck. First, grab a bowl and add in 2 cups of charisma. Then you're going to want to add 2 tablespoons of unrivaled.
All right, we'll probably go for 18 more minutes. We'll go to the 4-hour mark, and then we'll call it a night. And then I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some more hockey tomorrow. So tomorrow's slate. We got I'll be watching in the background, but we got Mariners and Braves at 4:15 on Fox, as well as the Dodgers and the Cardinals tomorrow. Syndergaard versus Mikolas. And then what is going on for Mariners is Logan Gilbert and Chavez. But I will be doing the NHL playoffs. So tomorrow we will do Panthers and Hurricanes at 5 p.m. And then on Sunday, the Stars and the Golden Knights play at noon. And then I might do NASCAR at 5 after that. So right. Well, I don't think it is going to be terrible, but it's just not Lakers Celtics. People that want Lakers Celtics are the old school fans, the Bird and Magic fans. And obviously the NBA knows ratings is money. And who's a better draw, for outsiders that give no fucks about the NBA? Heat Nuggets, which is going to be about basketball, or is it about social media, Lakers Celtics? Because that's really what it comes down to. The social media matchup is Lakers Celtics. That's going to draw more. Heat Nuggets, it'll still be good, but I don't know if the Heat can match up to the Nuggets, though. That would probably be Nuggets in 6 if I had to do a prediction that way. And like I said, the one problem with you guys is the head coach. Nothing else. The starting lineup, the bench. I like it. I like your team. I thought you guys could win it all this year. You know what I mean? But again, Horford with 2, Smart with 7. That's unacceptable. You know what I mean? You got to get better production out of those guys. Both guys can't be 1 for 5 and 2 for 5 in a must-win game 2 and think that you're going to win. On top of that, giving up fucking 42 on the bench. That was the killer, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you guys didn't give up 25 to Martin and 15 to Robinson, you win. You win. You only lost by 6. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, shit, even if you hold Martin down to 5 less and he's got 20, right? You still win 106-105. So you just got to be able to find a way. Yeah, I don't think the Lakers are going to be able to get past Denver. Lakers are popular. Boston is popular. But who's playing the best basketball right now? It's the Heat and the Nuggets. And the Joker is the best player in the world right now. He deserved the MVP this year over Embiid. You know, it's like, I know you can't give it to Giannis and the Joker every year, but it's very clear with the triple doubles and how he's playing. The Joker is the best player in the world right now. I mean, like, Embiid is the first player to have his numbers go down by like 10 points per game after getting the MVP and then going to the playoffs. I mean, no other MVP has had a downgrade in their talent. Everyone else has been the same or they got better. So, I mean, I know you got to be able to give the awards to, you know, some of the other people, but that was a mistake. Embiid had a great regular season, but, you know, and then the way he criticized the opponent saying, oh, it was just me and James. Harden didn't do shit. Harden doesn't score in the fourth quarter. And obviously he's nowhere near what he used to be. So, yeah, Embiid is definitely not a leader. That's for damn sure. You know, you don't call out your opponent, your teammates like that. You know what I mean? Like, a big part of it is you, Embiid, not the teammates. But again, that's what happens. Still a great player, still the best center. But I'll tell you what, if he was playing in the 80s and 90s, you know, going against David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, right, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Shaq, Embiid would get his ass kicked every fucking night. There'd be some nights that Embiid could still, you know, score 20, 30, 40. But most of the time, if you're playing defense against guys like that, you have no energy on the offense after getting your ass kicked on the fucking defensive side. Shaq coming down on Embiid. You think Embiid would be able to make it? He'd have an injury after like the first quarter. He'd be getting dunked on and be like, oh, my finger, I'm out. You know, David Robinson, smooth. Olajuwon would have broke him down with the dream shake. Patrick Ewing. I mean, the league of centers is nowhere near what it was. It's like, what, are the 2 best centers in the league right now are, what, Embiid and DeAndre Ayton? That's sad. Sad. What do you want to see for food, brother? What do you want, Elliot? You got something in mind that you want to see before I dip? Could be anything. I just saw a churro waffle and I went from burnt ends. I went from Taco Tower, right, which looks fire. Then the Buc-ee's, pulled pork sandwich, brisket. I wish this was in Oregon. I'd probably eat here every day if I could. 20-pound burger with the caramelized onions on the top with the bacon. 4-stacker. Burnt ends, can't go wrong there. For me not being biased, I love it. I think it's so good for sports. You know, when you can end up having a team that normally is in the middle of the pack or the bottom, you know, overachieve. And the great thing about you guys too, or about the Rangers, you know, they haven't even hit their stride yet. You know, you haven't really had Seager play that much. You've had injuries on the pitching staff. You guys have, you know, done fantastic. I mean, look at the teams. Tampa Bay Rays, awesome. Orioles, awesome. Twins, awesome. Rangers, awesome. Braves, awesome. Pirates, awesome. Brewers, awesome. Dodgers, awesome. You know what I mean? Even the Diamondbacks, you know, have been above 500. But, you know, the Pirates, the Brewers, you know, to be able to see that, that's pretty cool. Marlins being above 500 and not in last. Rangers, 10 games up. And honestly, you know, I don't have a problem you know, with the Athletics or the Rangers. Our rivalry is the Angels and the Astros by far. And if you guys can end up winning the division, and if that means that we don't make the playoffs, I'm okay with that. I like, I like what I see with you guys so far this year. Lemon pepper wings. I got you, bro. Damn, that sounds good right now.
He was once the face of a dating app. That doesn't surprise me. The man is beautiful. I mean, I kind of want to go on that dating app right now. You can't, though. No. Focus on the match. We need to focus on this match. Stop derailing us, Sheamus. You're saying all this stuff, fella. Come on, Tim! Come on, Ricky! Right to the midsection. Oh, feel that was, man. Come on! Come on, Rich! Kick Wilson.
It's funny. I went through 3 lemon pepper and it wouldn't let me do it. And then I had to go to the 4th one and it finally converted. Then they have like ones for like air fryer.
And Butch is taking everybody out. We all get a lot about the toughness of Pretty Deadly here. Can they make it at the very top here on SmackDown? About the toughness of Butch covered out for the win to spoil Pretty Deadly's debut. Are you ready, Butch? Come on. Fight! Come on, Butch! We send you home.
Yeah, I've never been there before, but I definitely would love to go eat there. Shit, I'd go buy a t-shirt just to like make it an experience and just like have it, put it in the closet and whatnot. It looks delicious, and anything that I've read, like reviews, people, and just people that have experienced it, that like have gone there. Yeah, it's like the most high-end gas station / place to eat that you can go to. It's like even calling it a gas station, because obviously with like truckers, they need to fill up and they need to have a good diner place to eat. So it's just, taking a place where they can refuel and then feel, kind of home cooking, and, it's nice to be able to have certain places like that for, people that are traveling or truckers and whatnot. So you got the swim trunks, another nice. Heck yeah, I would buy that too, dude. No lie. And I know some people say, "Oh, Ryan, you're just saying that. You wouldn't buy it." No, I would. As long as I didn't have to pay $40 for a t-shirt, like when I go to a wrestling event, I wouldn't mind dropping $20-$30 on a couple things of merch while I'm there, while I get some really good food. Yeah, semi trucks.
This is the move that has run cold around the world. Spilt milk, and quite simply, the Brawling Brutes had no answer.
Wayne Willie, you got a request before I go here in 7 minutes? You got like a favorite type of food or something that you want to see, and I can throw that up? Elliot, you got anything else you want to see? I got you as well.
Superstar Billy Graham, the WWE Hall of Famer, passed away earlier this week at the age of 79 years old. But for Superstar, he was a colorful, passionate, charismatic trailblazer. There was only one Superstar.
I am a reflection of perfection. I float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, because nobody's beautiful and powerful as me.
Introducing from Paradise Valley, Arizona, Superstar Billy Graham. The WWE family is saddened by the passing of Hall of Famer, superstar Billy Graham.
Billy Graham was definitely ahead of his time. He was another intensity, another level, another color chart brighter.
There's more colors on my body than the rainbow in the sky, Daddy.
Superstar Billy Graham was just a new dimension, redefining, evolving the term of sports entertainment. They had never seen anything like it.
He had the look, and he certainly could talk on the mic.
I eat T-bone steaks. I live by the place. I'm getting sweeter than a tumor trying to take a
Man of the hour, the devil on the power.
You sweet, mister.
I am the superstar.
He was the first guy to come along with the out of this world physique.
Look at the size of those upper arms.
He set the standard of what people thought a superstar should look like.
With an unrivaled charisma, Superstar became one of the most iconic villains of all time. And in 1977, Graham would shock the world by defeating the legendary Bruno Sammartino to capture the WWF Championship, ushering in a new era of sports entertainment.
We'll go down the burger train here for the last few minutes.
Billy Graham was the main reason I got this business. Listen, man, I want just like him. He just had
Was he? Yeah, people that normally normally don't watch hockey were like tuning in because, like I said, I got a couple of those people when I was at the dispensary. They were like, "Yeah, we even watched it," and we're not even really that big into hockey. But I mean, anything that goes 1 overtime, 2 overtime, and there's nothing else that's like going on in the sport world, yeah, maybe you know check it out, and turn it on, or at least check it out on your phone, Rest in peace, superstar Billy Graham. Rest in peace, Jim Brown.
Around here, they like to keep things simple.
Sure do. That's why at Progressive we show you rates from other companies. Even if
Oh, he said emergency.
choose what's best for your family.
Oh, we're going to be dipping out of here in just a few minutes. If there's any last requests from Wayne Willie or Elliot or Sarah, anything that you guys want to see here at the end. Otherwise, I'll just go down this delicious goodness of burgers and other things that just I have here.
These caramel cold brew M&Ms are like M&Ms with a coffee shop vibe.
Maybe too much of a coffee shop vibe.
This next one is about the importance of friendship, so I'm gonna maintain eye contact while I sing it.
Oh boy.
What's the job? Destroy that nuclear power. Cover's blown. We have to get the cutting off. This is my life in your hands. We are May 26th.
Ooh, this gumbo picture looks good. That looks delicious. I definitely could eat that right now.
Your challenge is to recreate the mystery dessert using only the clues left behind.
3 sheet pans, all tea. That's a crime scene.
Crime Scene Kitchen returns Monday, June 5th on Fox.
Hawaiian barbecue. That looks good.
Taking the win with quality top-tier gas for less. Oh, a bird, cute.
Wait, what's it? Ew. Okay, it's not on you. That's a win. But is it on me?
What did you eat?
Is it on my hose?
Take the win. That's our guy. This is ready to online. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. How about the best network imaginable? Let's invent that.
That's what we do here.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere? Because we're busy women. We don't have time for elaborate buffering.
Get internet on the Xfinity 10G network for $9.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract.
And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking that?
It's weekend.
The next generation 10G network only.
All right, we're wrapping up here.
Starts now.
Get a free Makita Impact Driver Kit or a Pit Boss Grill now.
All right, let's go over some of the photos here one last time, and then we'll end up calling it a day. Shout out to everyone that came through. I appreciate you guys very, very much. The jalapenos. I love jalapenos. Yeah, but sometimes they will not agree. I hear you. Jalapeno papas. Stuffed peppers. And Dallas is definitely not out of it. They have a better chance to catch up or win the series than Carolina does. I mean, in my opinion, there's 3 teams that can win the Stanley Cup: Dallas Stars, Vegas Golden Knights, and the Florida Panthers. I don't think Carolina has a shot. They're not as good as the other 3 teams. So even though it was a tough loss, it wasn't as emotionally bad or draining as a 4 overtime loss for Carolina. You guys will be fine. And I like Hintz a lot. You guys got a nice big 3. You got Joe. I love Hintz, right? And then you can just get Jason going. But if Jason's off, hey, just Wyatt. You got plenty of guys. And I love Ottinger. I like him a lot. And if he gets, to a point where he gets beat up, boom, Scott Wedgwood. Not as good, though, as Ottinger. That's facts. All right, Vegas, you got him today. This is going to be hopefully a long series. Captain Jack Eichel, I see you. He was ready. Aiden Hill, nice job. Let's go over the food photos one last time here, and we'll call it a day. And we'll be back tomorrow for Carolina as well as Florida about 4:45 Pacific time. Now I'm just hungry as a motherfucker after looking at all this stuff. That's beautiful. I could literally look at this photo for like a half hour straight and not get bored or want to look something else. Pulled pork and brisket. Psh, fantastic. 20-pound burg. Damn, I'm hungry. The hell did I do? Manny Machado on the aisle. Uh-oh. Yeah, I definitely think you guys could. Well, thank you so much to everyone that came through, that liked the video, helped me on Twitter with Cyberpunk and Sarah, commented, donated. We've definitely been getting back on a good groove, so thank you so much. Obviously, with rent and bills needing being paid, it really helps. Thank you so much to everyone that liked, commented, shared, donated. You guys are the best. I love you, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Final score in overtime: Vegas Golden Knights 4, Dallas Stars 3. Hope everyone has a fantastic Friday night. Enjoy yourself. And we'll be back here tomorrow around 5 p.m. Pacific time for Florida and Carolina game number 2. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang, gang. Elliot, you the man. Gang.